Hello, hello, hi Ninja, hi. Welcome to today's stream. We have two streams today. Oh, hang on, let me switch that so they can see. Look, thank you for subscribing again. Alright, so anyways, we are back. We are here. We're gonna be doing, hopefully, the last 5 chapters of Celestia that I'm allowed to play, because they told me I can only play up to chapter 10. We're on chapter 6 today, so I'm really excited to see what happens next. The story's been really interesting so far. I've laughed quite a bit, so it does have some comedy to it. She's still settling into the school right now and learning stuff about herself in the process. But before I jump into that, I'm going to remind everyone that this Friday, I'll be at Sabotin Convention here in Phoenix, Arizona. I will be hosting a panel called Who's Your Dede during that time. If you come, thanks to Idea Factory International, you can potentially win a game just for attending. We're going to either do trivia or a fake Atome game route, something. I haven't gotten all the details yet on that part because this is kind of a newer part of it. But we will have actual prizes to give out during the event, so if you can attend, definitely stop on by. It's going to be Friday night. It starts at 6:30. It'll be at the Renaissance, not the Sheraton. So come by, say hi, learn about Dede types. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, my hair is in the process of being bleached again, so I'm ready for Sabo. So it's got one more processing day, and then I'll be on the right color train at that point. So we are starting chapter 6 right now. She's learned how to use her daemon side of her powers, but we're gonna see her angelic side probably soon. But the poster shows both. Did I break it? Perfect. Did I break it? That says chapter 5. We were on chapter 6. Did I save at the wrong spot? We got this. We were at the end of Daemon Crowd. This is 1658. That says chapter 5. Did I mess up? Did I not save? I know I saved. I could have sworn it was the black screen, and I thought it was right when I did it. Unless it's the very top screen. We're gonna get there. Hang on. I'm awake, but barely. Ain't no way I messed it up, right? Are we still in chapter 5? No, because that started saying it was chapter 6. This says it's... Oh my goodness. Where am I? No, it's at chapter... Okay. Is this broken? Hola. We're gonna save again. I know this is gonna sound crazy. Maybe the chapter is messed up. Maybe it said chapter 5, but it meant to say chapter 6. That says chapter 5. Yo. We're gonna go to title really quick. I'm crazy, but am I that crazy? So we did the Demon Crown, right? We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep my note as 6 because it did say they're about to start their first trial, which is what they said last. So basically, you get tested in this school based on your type of person you are. You're either angelic, you're either demonic. It's not the right words. They have special words for this. Or you're like a human crossbred of the two. And they're the only team that has all of them. We have a demon, we have a cross, we have an angel, and then ourselves, which is a cross between an angel and a demon, which is the very first ever. Can you hear me, Prim? So yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. Alright, so our first trial is about to start. I can't stay because I don't want to see spoilers, but look at the Atome I put in Lost in Limbo Kickstarter. This game needs attention and amazing, hardworking devs. Check out the demo too. Ooh! Tomorrow I was gonna play Variable Barricade all day because we're so behind, but I don't mind trying a demo. We do have a I know you said you're not staying in Asia, but starting at about 4, so in about 4.5 hours. We're gonna be playing a collab. We're gonna be doing a monster road trip. My internet doesn't want to load the page you sent me. We'll get there. As soon as it loads, I'll read about it. Bum, bum, bum. There's another Kickstarter about to start that I have favorited. And I'm curious to see what they're going to have in the Kickstarter once it pops up. I'll probably talk about it once I can see what's in it, because I don't know. I like life sim games. There's some Otome elements in life sim games, so some people like to like cross them together a bit. But I'm hoping what they're going to bring is more Otome than life sims. The game's coming out in 2027. It's got 4 people working on it, and then they need to get funded. I see. So Asia wants this game, guys. It's a 17+ dark fantasy visual novel game. Okay, okay. I mean, it has very pretty art so far, but 2027, I'm not ready for that far in my future. That hurts my feelings. Hello, Jay. Hi. How are you guys? Interesting. So I see, it's like we have the sketch images. Ara, fresh. Super fresh. I like the art. Interesting, interesting. I'd read more if I wasn't trying to get through this right now out loud. Oh my goodness. But we're gonna start our first trial, which I think the chapter is lying to us. Making a game is not easy at all. That is so true. It's not easy. I'm surprised anytime somebody can do those game jams and make a game in like 72 hours. Like, it's impressive. Trial of Angelus. The challenges are waiting for us there. Question mark. Our first trial is just ahead. Did I mess up? Did I mess up our chapters last time? Are we not on chapter 6? Are we on chapter 5? But not only that, are we all going to Angelus's realm? Which is really curious. Is the demon going? What kind of trial will we face? What a normal looking cafeteria. After the announcement, we decided to continue our discussion in the cafeteria. Luke, do you know anything about the trial of Angelus? Luke thought for a moment before telling us what he knew. Angelus generally values knowledge and wisdom. They love to innovate and improve the realm's well-being. Luke's explanation didn't surprise me at all. All Angelus I met had characteristics similar to his description, despite that one guy who's a jerk. I think the trial of Angelus will focus on those 2 values, knowledge and wisdom, so maybe... No need to fight, it'll be difficult. We must think hard. No, because this one's called A Wolf's Crown. Okay, I'm pretty sure the chapter is saved weird. I don't know. It'll be difficult because we have that one guy in our team. A trial like that sounds more difficult than usual. Luke nods. In fact, we might not even use magic at all. I think we should be mindful of our actions during the trial of Angelus. One misstep can be fatal. Can people die in this school? Wait, can people die? I'm suffering every time I turn around. There are some new games. To the Moon series, Coffee Talk Tokyo, Neva. Coffee Talk? I want to play that. I do want to play that too. Like, my sister played that and it was so good. And I'm like, okay, I want to play it now. One, I like the idea of being a barista. I want to make things. Neva coming out the same day as 9RIP. Date Everything, which looked so cute. And then I was in the IFI's chat today and they were talking about a game called... Oh, it was about dating houses? Like houses dating? I'm like, what the heck? I have so many things on my list already. It's killing me. There's too many games. And I'm behind on Variable Barricade, but I have a few extra days off this week coming up, so I'm probably gonna have like a very long Variable Barricade stream next week once I get back from Sabo. I played both of played Coffee Talk both first and second. I watched my sister play the first one and it was really cool, very mellow. I have not seen anything on the second one. Check out Tavern Talk. It's I think I might have that one downloaded already. At least it sounds familiar. Listen, I like the idea of making drinks and giving them to people and having that affect their reactions to me just ever so slightly. Let's check out Tavern. Oh, that looks adorable. Never mind. That's not. I have not seen that. That's super cute. Like, I like Atome games, but I like the story, so it doesn't always have to be romantic. So Coffee Talks is really fun for that. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. There's too many games. I'm drowning in video games. It's a problem. When you heard it, Ash couldn't help but glance at Val and sigh. Oh, what you saying? What? Why'd you sigh at me for? You must think I'm gonna make a mess, huh? I didn't say anything. But it's a good thing you're self-aware. What did you say? And they started fighting again. Entertaining as usual. Looks like they're just best friends over there. Our trial goes smoothly, right? After the discussion, we split up and went to our respective classes. In magic class, Damien checked the progress of all students. Good, my magic's more stable than usual today. Is it a good day? You worked hard, Leah. Your control of magic has improved tremendously. Thank you. Aw, shucks. After checking my progress, he also went to the other students. I'm gonna leave. I don't want any spoilers. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Like I said, there'll be another stream at 4. So in about 4.5 hours, if you come back, we're gonna be playing a different game. I'm trying just to get through the parts I'm allowed to play of this one. Which so far, I like it. It's been really cute. I love angels and demons. I'm completely biased. This is probably not a good take for me. I'm like, I like angels. I like demons. I had this pre-ordered. I was gonna buy it. And then they messaged me and I was like, haha, okay. Okay, see you later. See you later. Bye, Asia. Bye for now. At the end of class, Damien gathered us all. Good job, everyone. You have improved a lot. I think it's time for the next step. I'm gonna make you fight a monster. I want you to start looking for magic weapons. The students started whispering to each other when they heard the new instructions. After all the students calmed down, Damien continued again. Weapons are useful for storing lots of magic. By using weapons, your strength can be doubled, even tripled. For the next class, I want you to bring a weapon that suits you. There are several shops you can visit in town. I'll be sending the list to your bunnies. Look forward to our next class. We do have to buy the weapon ourselves. What if I'm poor? After class, everyone immediately left. Some of them seemed eager to find new weapons. So was I. What kind of weapon would suit me? I immediately took out my cell phone and called Noor. Leah, can I help you? Damien said he sent you a list of weapon shops. I want to see that list. Yeah, I got it. Wait a sec. Noor showed me a map of the city. He had marked Damien's list of recommended shops. Study? Which one should I visit? Visit them all. I was overwhelmed by the number of shops. If you're unsure, just ask your friends. I'm sure they'll be able to help you, Leah. You're right. Then I'll like to chat with Maya. Got it. Maya, are you free this weekend? Surprised they didn't abbreviate weekend to WKND? I forgot. Yes! My part-time canceled anyway. What you want to do? We're gonna make this fun. We're not gonna just make it sound boring. Can you help me find a weapon? I don't know where to start. Too many weapon shops in town. Let's go! No, me need some Weapon 2! See, that's how weekend should have been abbreviated. Thanks, Maya. Thankfully, Maya agreed to accompany me. We decided to go visit the shops this weekend. I'm glad she has one friend that's not a boy that wants to date her. The weekend arrived. With enthusiasm, Maya and I began exploring the town. She led me to the biggest weapon shop around. I heard this one's the most famous. Let's go in. The store was bustling with other students also looking for weapons. A variety of weapons were available here, from knives to arrows to broadswords. How about little daggers? Whoa, let's look around. Maya pulled me to one of the quieter corners of the shop. While she was busy choosing, I also browsed the items on display. I think my friend is infecting me with their Yuri thing. You're like, they could date. I'd like to try the... Ooh, bow, spear, sword. I'm always leaning towards elf-ish stuff, so like a bow is always my jam. It would be, well, it would be cute. I think Yuri is probably one of the more adorable genres of dating. Spear. So spears are like long range. And also they leave like a lot of open areas. Like you can get attacked so badly by a spear. I speak as someone who's played Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild a couple times. Spears suck. Swords are great. Depending on the sword, right? There's so many different swords out there. There's tiny swords, they're big swords, and if you get a really big one, then you do also open up yourself. But bows are long range, and I like bows. I picked up the bow from the shelf next to me. Then I tried to pull the bowstring, but it was surprised at how difficult it was. That's because you need a lot of strength. Okay, heavy. I immediately put the weapon back in its place. I knew it wouldn't be easy using these weapons. After all, I never touched weapon in the human realm. We should play Zelda more. I plan to. I want to play more Zelda. I'm going to turn it into probably either, depending on how my schedule keeps going, either every Wednesday. It's just right now I didn't stream yesterday because I was trying to finish my PowerPoint, which is done. But there's like an asterisk next to my sentence. My PowerPoint is done. However, I need to now add trivia or a mini game, and then I still need to finish the script because I wanted to finish the PowerPoint first so that I can go through the PowerPoint, record what I think, and then refine what I say. So I'm going to be doing that tonight. I've got a lot to do, but I'm still excited. But Zelda's either going to turn into a Wednesday stream because it can be longer on a Wednesday, or I might even turn it into a Thursday and do an all-day Zelda stream because honestly, I can play Zelda. I love Zelda. Zelda's my favorite. That's why I have so much Zelda stuff right behind me. I love Zelda so much. But I have been wanting to play all the Zelda games, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Next week, I'll definitely play it before I go back to work. I'll have a day stream for that too. Dreams. Dreams and aspirations. That's all we have here. Did you find a suitable weapon? Not yet. I'm having a hard time using the weapons here. What about you? Maya showed me a wand. I fell in love with this wand immediately. Since I'm good at healing magic, this kind of weapon will suit me. Maya had made up her mind around her choice. Should I try picking a wand too? It should be pretty easy to use. But after looking at the other available wands, I still had my doubts. I felt that something was missing. She needs a walking stick. Don't force yourself to choose anything here. We can try another shop, Leah. You're right. I'll try looking elsewhere first. Oh, fiddlesticks. After Maya bought her wand, we went out to explore the shops. After just a few steps, I saw something I didn't want to see. Maya. Seraph was out for a walk with a few other students. Seraph! I hope he behaves in front of Maya. Whoa, Seraph! Never thought we'd meet here. Leah, this is Seraph, my teammate. I never told Maya what happened between Seraph and me, so it was only natural that Maya thought he had never met me before. I could only awkwardly introduce myself. Hello, I'm Leah. With his fake smile, Seraph replied, I'm Seraph. What are you two doing? Trash. I'm looking for a weapon with Leah. For the magic class assignment, right? Did you get one? To my surprise, Seraph treated Maya very kindly because she's an Angelus and you are not. Yeah, I just bought a wand, but Leah still hasn't found a suitable weapon yet. Is that so? Seraph glanced at me with a meaningful look. Smile even. Maya, can you help our friend choose a weapon too? Why me? She's looking for a wand. I think you can help her more than me. But I'm still with Leah. Seraph's expression soured with disappointment. So you don't want to help her? Since I don't use a wand, I'm afraid I won't be able to choose the best weapon for her. Besides, she's our teammate. It's not that I don't want to help, Maya started to panic. She didn't know what to do. What a jerk. He's trying to make Maya feel guilty and leave me. I kept my emotions in check and then patted Maya on the shoulder. Maya. Just gotta see where we're at. Alright, perfect. Don't worry about me. Maya looked at me with hesitation. I smiled firmly to reassure her. Don't worry. Okay, I'll be right back. Maya immediately invited her friend into the shop. I was left all alone with Seraph. Seraph smiled smugly as he looked at me. As I thought, Daemon descendants are not very smart. You couldn't even choose a weapon. Two-faced brat. I don't know. I don't know what the right reaction is to, I don't know, an asshole. Replied curtly. Let's go. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. At a loss for words, huh? You need to shut up. However, Seraph didn't give up and kept trying to irritate me. It sucked, but it was part of Seraph's trap. Let's try going back. I don't know. I don't know if I like that reaction. Yeah, whatever. That's not curtly to me. Curtly to me is like, uh-huh. It's just... Be meaner. Be meaner? Like, be a little meaner. Ignore him or talk back. Let's try ignoring the guy. There was no point in being provoked by Seraph, so I decided to ignore him. At a loss for words. Is someone talking to me? Must be my imagination. However, Seraph didn't say that. It sucked. Do you think I'm stupid? You're trying to push my buttons and make me look bad in front of Maya, right? I hate to mention it, but your trick is outdated. Seraph was annoyed that he couldn't get a rise out of me. At that moment, someone clapped. Luke walked up to us with a smile on his face. I'm glad to see you two getting along like this. Luke, what are you doing here, my guy? Like, shouldn't you be saving puppies? At first, I wanted to interrupt you, but looks like you can handle Seraph on your own, Leah. I smiled back at Luke. I learned from the best. In the middle of our conversation, Maya and her friend returned with a weapon in hand. Luke, how long have you been here? You just arrived. What are you guys doing? We're looking for a weapon, but Leah couldn't find one. Let's try looking around.
Minasan, お疲れ様でした。
Minasan, I forgot what it said. I went down instead of up. Hydrate. Maya, let's go. Seraph looked annoyed when he interrupted Maya. We need to get ready for the trial of Angelus. I can't just leave Leah. It's also my day off from school. Bite me.
でしょでしょ
Desho, desho. At that moment, dehydrate. Oops, I started taking another drink of water. Seraph smiled cunningly. Oh. Relax. Leah's teamed up with the Angelus of Prophecy, Luke. Surely he will help Leah. Isn't that right, Luke? The Angelus of Prophecy? What's he talking about? That sounds like a big name. In an instant, the atmosphere between us changed drastically. So drastic, muchly. Luke is the Angelus of Prophecy? Wombo combo. Just like this ragtag team of people here. Her friends were speechless. But what surprised me most was Seraph. Again, look at me. Look. Look, I've never seen this side of you. Should I like this? Oh, is that bad? Was that loud? I can't tell because my headset and the sound coming through is a little different. Despite trying to contain his anger, the breeze around Luke wouldn't lie to me. Seraph continued talking. She doesn't know, does she? Luke is the Angelus of Prophecy, destined to undergo the sacrificial ritual in the Angelus realm. Sacrificial ritual? Haya and her friends were still silent. Their expressions were unreadable. The silence was suffocating. Our identity doesn't matter here. You better not forget that, Seraph. Finally, Luke broke the silence. I could feel the threat in his voice. I pressed the button. I just don't want to press it again in fear. Okay, we're gonna go. Sorry. I guess I said too much, huh? Yeah, Draco, go back home. I think we'd better go. Seraph urged his friends to leave. Maya was still hesitant at first. She glanced at me, not sure what to do. I convinced her to leave Luke and me alone. Finally, she reluctantly followed Seraph. Luke's hands were still shaking from trying to hold back his emotions. I was still trying to process what had just happened. Are you alright? Luke didn't answer me right away. He took a deep breath. After a few seconds, he smiled again as he answered me. Sorry for making things uncomfortable. I'm fine. I wasn't sure what to do. Carefully, I arranged my words. Luke. What just happened? Can I hear your story? Let's check our affection. Okay, so his affection is at... There's a button. I got this. 20. Okay, we're in... Chapter 6, I believe. Oh, interesting. Okay. He had 2 chapter 5s. Oh, I find that curious. He's at 34. Val. Oh, Val. Anyways, Ash's next chance is here. Can I hear your story? Seraph said you're an Angelus of Prophecy for the sacrificial ritual. Does that mean... I took a deep breath before continuing my sentence. One day you'll be sacrificed? Hearing the question, Luke only smiled back, but that already answered my question. My guess was correct. Luke would be sacrificed at the sacrificial ritual in the Angelus realm one day. How can the Angelus realm be so cruel? Why do you have to be sacrificed? Luke shook his head and gently patted my shoulder. Worry not, Leah. I won't resign myself to fate and give up. At that moment, Luke's eyes flashed with confidence. I could feel the confliction in his smile. Conviction? Conviction probably makes more sense than confliction. No one can determine my desire but myself. In that second, I saw another side of Luke. Despite facing death, he was smiling. Most people would have lost hope in fate if they were in Luke's shoes, but Luke refused to give up. I want to support him as much as I can. I grabbed Luke's hand. Luke? Fight on! Let's face it together. That sounds... It sounds close enough to flirting, but ambiguous enough that you could play it off as friends. Don't do it alone. Let's face it together. There's probably not much I can do, but I promise I'll always be by your side. Luke's gaze softened. He held my hand tightly. Thank you, Leah. I'm really grateful to have met you. For a moment, we stared at each other. Even though neither of us said anything, the air was filled with a comfortable warmth. Luke then began to change the subject. By the way, I heard you were looking for a weapon. How was it? Do you know what weapon you want? About that... I told Luke what happened today. I'm not trained enough to use weapons like swords and spears. That's why I'm still unsure. I see. Walking stick? Did you know weapons for magic don't need to be sharp like swords? Many other things can be used as magical weapons. The important thing is that you can put your magic into it and put it to good use. Luke's explanation made me rethink from a news perspective. Shall we take a look around here again? There's still a lot of shops that you haven't visited, right? Okay, let's go around together. Aw, they're cute. After visiting several shops, we still haven't found the right weapon. That was when the antique shop down the street caught my attention. The items in the glass display case were so beautiful. Girl, please. What caught my eye the most was a folding fan. The elegant shape and small size made me unable to take my eyes off of it, as if the fan was calling out to me. So pretty. Are you interested in that fan? Without hesitation, I nodded. My eyes were still glued to the fan. Looking at it reminded me of my days as a noble. Do you think fans can be used as a magic weapon? Sure, like I said, anything can be a weapon. She's like, hot dog. I'm so ready. Is this music still too loud? I never can tell. At that moment, I made up my mind. I want to use this fan as a weapon. She's like, I'm a big fan of Mortal Kombat and Katana's my favorite character, so like, I'm taking this. Luke's expression immediately brightened when he saw my confident face. Congratulations, Leah, you finally found your weapon of choice. After that, Luke accompanied me to buy the fan I wanted. What a nice guy. After getting my weapon, we both decided to rest at the park. I'm a bit thirsty after walking all day. Leah, would you like me to buy you a drink? Yes, thank you, Luke. While waiting for Luke, I sat on the nearest bench. I took out the fan I had just bought. No matter how many times I looked at it, it was still so beautiful. I wonder, how do I use this as a magic weapon? Out of curiosity, I tried to flow my magic into the fan. But nothing happened. Actually, I don't know how to use this fan as a magic weapon. I was confused. What should I do? Panic? Are you trying out your new weapon? I didn't know how long Luke had been behind me. Yeah, it's not working. Luke stared at me for a while before finally asking a question. May I know why you chose this fan? I pondered it for a moment while staring at the fan in my hand. Because fans are my weapon in the human realm. As a noble, I often have to defend myself against the sharp words of other nobles. To me, a fan is an object that can strengthen body language when battling in my environment. That's why I feel so comfortable when I see this fan. Just by holding it, I feel more confident. At that moment, I realized that Luke had been listening to me without interrupting at all. Sorry, I didn't realize I was rambling. It's alright, I'm just glad I got to see another side of you. Now I understand how much this fan means to you. I'm sure no one else is suitable for this fan but you, Leah. How about I teach you how to turn it into the strongest weapon? Luke? I'll just wait for class. What kind of collab will we be doing today? If you were here during the last one, it's gonna be Monster Road Trip. And then we have myself, Trico, and Sile. We were all from the last one, but we also now have Lenore, who is my friend, who plays Atomic Games. And then we have Max joining us as well. So we have one more person that can add people that can actually play, because there's just so many voices. And that way we have an extra person just to do voices in the game. So I'm looking forward to it. It was a lot of fun last time. We had a lot of giggles. There's a lot of little stories in it. Fun, yes. I'm excited. I want to know how. Please teach me, Luke. My pleasure. Before teaching me, Luke glanced around like he was looking for something, and then picked up a tree branch laying on the ground. What are you gonna do with that branch? This should serve as a good example for you. I'll use this branch as my magic weapon. I was shocked to hear Luke using a tree branch as a magic weapon. He seemed confused. Let me show you. For a moment, Luke focused his magic. A green magic aura was enveloping the branch. Luke then swung the stick at his empty drink can. In an instant, the can was split in two. Sliced. I couldn't believe my eyes. How? It all depends on how you control your magic. Even the smallest thing can be deadly if you use it properly. I was still in awe of what just happened. Would I be able to do it too? It's easy. First, apply magic energy to your weapon. Got it. I started following Luke's instructions, but I was still having a hard time getting my magical energy into foreign objects. Can't do it. Looks like you just haven't got used to it yet. Just imagine that the fan is a part of your hand. Don't think of it as a separate object. Then use your magic as usual. Ooh. Again, I took Luke's words for it. While clearing my mind, I tried to cast my magic on the fan. I did it! Good job, Leah. The next step is up to your imagination. What kind of weapon do you think this object is? Earlier, I imagined the branch as a sword. My magic made it sharp so it could cut the can. Hello, fellow Bun Buns! Hello, Baloo! How are you today? I didn't know how many times I discovered a new side of this magical realm, but I was always surprised by the great things that magic could do. What kind of weapon do you want this fan to be? Body achy, I exercised? I'm so sorry. I understand that pain, and I'm sorry for that pain. Luke put another empty can in front of me. I probably pushed myself too much. I believe the phrase is no pain, no gain. It's your body changing, is what I've always been told. The pain is your body literally changing on the inside. Luke put another empty can in front of me. Just imagine. I thought about Luke's words while imagining what weapon I wanted. I want my fan to create a sharp wind, a huge whirlwind, a strong gust of wind. Should probably pay attention to numbers, but... Good job, you're working those muscles. Yeah, see? Good job, Blue. Oh. When I swung my fan, a strong gust of wind blew. The wind squeezed the can out of shape. You did it! Beauty is pain, and pain is beauty. Depending on who you ask. Exactly what I imagined. Finally, I can use my weapon properly. Thank you, Luke. Luke patted my head gently. I'm glad I could help you. His sincerity touched my heart. I was really thankful that Luke helped me. I wanted to return the favor. You did a lot for me today. Ooh, I want to give you a present. We're not going to save, we're just going to choose it. YOLO. I want to give you a present. No need, I'm glad I could help. I want to thank you. Luke only laughed at me. Did you know you've already paid me back for all of this? What do you mean? How did I pay you back? Luke's hand gently caressed my cheek. Immediately, I could feel his warmth. This spending time with me. This is enough for me. Oh, every second with you is precious. Luke, you're too nice. My face immediately felt hot when I heard Luke's words. My words seemed to disappear as I looked into his eyes. Dang, he's smooth. Right? Right? He's all like, this is a gift. I'd be a puddle. If you still want to return the favor, I don't mind. A second later, the distance between us erased. Without warning, Luke's lips landed on my cheek. His touch was soft. My mind went blank at that moment. All I could feel was my beating heart and a very warm kiss on his lips. When his face finally drifted away from mine, Luke looked happy. I got the best payment, so you don't have to feel indebted anymore, Leah. All I could do at that point was nod. I tried to hold back the embarrassment. Luke's gaze was still locked on me. Would you like to spend more time with me? Oh. I still couldn't control my heartbeat, but looking at his gentle smile, of course I couldn't refuse Luke. That afternoon we spent more time alone together. Doing what? That's too vague. I need more details, please. What do you mean? In the next magic class, I brought the fan as my weapon. My classmates became curious when they saw it. Leah, where's your weapon? Could it be that fan? It's like, yeah, I really like Mortal Kombat. I heard magic weapons can be in any shape. That's why I chose this fan. Really? Show me how. And then I was like, ha ha, whoosh, and then I threw it. Confidently, I recalled Luke's instructions yesterday and tried casting magic with the fan. My wind magic slashed the training dummy with ease, bro. With ease. You can use it like that. You're so cool, Leah. Thanks. It's all thanks to Luke. Your teammate, huh? I heard he's very good at controlling magic. Turns out the rumors were true. But isn't he gonna be sacrificed soon? Yeah, wild. For some reason, I was proud when I heard them compliment Luke. After asking Luke for help was not a bad choice. And then Damien doesn't get any more chances with me. Being my professor and all. After finishing the magic class, I went straight to the next class. The trial of Angelus was coming. I needed to prepare. I decided to take an additional Angelus class. I want to at least learn a little bit about Angelus's realm before the trial. As soon as I entered the classroom, I was greeted by an unexpected sight. I noticed Val sitting by himself in the back of the classroom. What's he doing here? Why does she look mad? Not only me, the other Angelus students were also confused. Why would a pureblood daemon take an Angelus class? It's not like he's going to take a trial of Angelus or something soon. Wasting no time, I went straight to Val. Leah, are you taking this class too? Yeah, I wanted to learn about Angelus realm before the trial, but you... What are you doing here? This is an Angelus class. Don't worry, I know this is a class for studying the geography of the Angelus realm. I came to learn. How come? I thought as a daemon you weren't interested in Angelus realm at all. Not to mention Luke will always be with us during the trial. Why are you here then? You got Luke. Girl, leave then. Don't act like that. Val didn't answer me right away. He seemed to be thinking of how to reply. That's... Attention everyone, class is starting soon. Suddenly Miss Lolly, or Lolly, I don't know what we're calling her, came in and started the lesson. Let's talk about that later. Val stopped our chat and immediately took Mrs. Lolly's lecture seriously. For some reason, Val seems quieter than usual. It's rare to see him pay attention to this kind of lecture so seriously. Moreover, this is an Angelus class. Did something happen? I put away my worries for a while and decided to focus on class. Suspicious. Okay, let's end class here. As soon as Miss Lolly left, the students also dispersed. I glanced at Val, still unsure whether to continue the conversation or not. Val immediately understood what was on my mind. Want to accompany to the academy grounds? I think we can talk more freely there. Alright, let's go. Okay. You want to go, I'll go with you. Gosh. For a while we sat in silence enjoying the cool breeze. After taking a deep breath, Val started thinking. Talking even. Talking? Talking. You were confused about why I took the Angelus class, right? I nodded slowly. Demons don't need to take additional Angelus classes, you know? Yeah, I'm also already learned the basics of Angelus Realm as a future patriarch. Then why did you take this class? I wanted to learn as much as I can about the Angelus Realm before leaving because it makes common sense. Because I have something to find over there. Something my brother left me. Val's brother? If I remembered correctly, Val's brother had already passed away. Carefully, I asked Val, "What? Isn't your brother dead, my guy?" Val nodded at my question. My brother died mysteriously. The day before his death, he gave me a box. I believe the content of this box was something to do with his death. There's only one problem. Val was silent again for a few seconds. The box is sealed with 3 keys. The keys are scattered across 3 different realms. Daemon, Angelus, and the human realm. Conveniently so. I was trying to process what Val had just told me. So you took the Angelus class to help find your brother's keys. Val nodded. I managed to find 1 key in the Daemon realm. However, I cannot visit the human realm and Angelus realm before graduating from this academy. But now I have the opportunity to visit the Angelus realm during the trial. I don't want to waste it. Val's explanation blew me away. It was the first time I saw Val so serious. Behind his relaxed smile, he was burdened with his brother's death. Oh my god, what a guy. I unconsciously grabbed Val's hand. I'll help you. Let's try finding those keys together. Val's face reddened as soon as he felt my touch. Thanks. Even though he avoided my gaze, I could tell that Val was sincere. I was glad I got to know another side of Val today. This way, I could also help him during the trial of Angelus. You know, be so helpful. The day the trial had finally arrived. Oh, foghorn. Together, the participating students took on a airship to the Angelus realm. Ooh. When I arrived at the Angelus realm, a beautiful sight welcomed me. The capital city of Angelus was filled with elegant architecture, dominated by white and cityscapes was stunning. The canals provided a perfect finishing touch to the city's beauty. Students of Celestia Academy, gather over here. Miss Lolly gathered us all in the center of the city. Perhaps most of you already know me. My name is Lolliana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Her last name is 13 letters long. Neuschwanstein. Neuschwash, that's where we did it. This year's coordinator and lead supervisor of the trial of Angelus. Without further ado, let's start with a brief for today's trial. All students were silent and paid attention to Miss Lolly's briefing. The trial of Angelus will be divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, we will assess your knowledge and logical thinking. Whereas in the second stage, we will judge your wisdom. Miss Lolly snapped her fingers. Just then, paper started flying and landing in the hands of each student. Pay attention to the paper I just handed out. This paper contains a riddle that will take you somewhere. Your job for the first stage of the trial is easy. Solve the riddle. Save the cheerleader. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Everyone started reading their papers carefully. I haven't finished my explanation yet. Attention, everyone! After the students quieted down, Miss Lolly continued her instructions. If you solve this riddle, you will arrive at the second stage of the trial. This team that fails to complete the first stage of the trial will be immediately eliminated. You will be considered to have failed the trial of Angelus. Listening to Miss Lolly's explanation, I started to feel tense. I feel like every single buddy should be going to the same place though, because they could just follow each other. The trial was stricter than I thought. Don't forget, the riddles and entrances for each team are different. Okay, there we go. So it's useless if you try to follow one another, thank you. The time limit for the first stage is 2 hours. Latecomers will be eliminated. I could see that all the students instantly became nervous. No wonder I felt the same way. Remember, be careful with all of your actions. We will closely monitor and evaluate your every move. With that, good luck, everyone. Gone. After snapping her finger, Miss Lolly slowly became translucent and then disappeared. All the students rushed off trying to find the answers to the riddle. I'm going to turn my cam off really quick because my eye is itching. And that's just embarrassing to scratch your eyeball. And by scratch my eyeball, I mean close my eye and scratch my eye. Like, it's complicated. It's okay. We're okay. All the students rushed off trying to find the answer to the riddle. What's our riddle? Let me read it. Let me read it. Let me read it. After getting the riddle from Miss Lolly, we were ready to solve it, but just as our team were ready to leave, Seraph came up to me. Seraph? What do you want? Not only me, Luke was alert and stood in front of me, but Seraph wasn't intimidated by that. Why are you guys so suspicious of me? I had just wanted to chat with Leah. Seraph stepped closer. Luke was still alert and tried to stop him. Although Seraph noticed what Luke did, he simply chuckled. Hey Luke, are you that scared of me? What do you think I can do when the teachers are watching everything we do? I didn't know you were that paranoid. Seraph. We'll just save over this. What do you want? What do you really want? Seraph smiled mysteriously. He then reached out his hand towards me. I just wanted to cheer you on. May our teams pass this trial. I didn't move a bit. No matter how I thought about it, this was all too suspicious. I'm sorry for what I did. I know I've done a lot of bad things to you, but I hope we can improve our relationship in the future. That's why I approached you. Seraph's hand was now reaching closer to me. It seemed like he wouldn't give up until I shook his hand. I stared at Luke. Luke watched Sarah for a while and made sure he didn't bring anything suspicious. Reluctantly, I shook his hand. I hope you pass too. For my roommate's sake. After the brief conversation, Seraph left with his team. Even though there was still a lingering feeling that something was off, I ignored it. There were other, more important things right now. Let's solve this riddle. We all read the paper that we were handed out earlier. People don't usually drink me, but they can't live without me, my clear body. When I end, I go back to where I start. I stand firm among the golden crowned rods of life. Bring me crowns strung from the canopy of my friend, then I'll show you the way. People don't usually drink me, but they can't live without my clear body. Air? What? When I end, I go back to where I started. Sounds like a lazy river. I stand firm among the golden crowned rods of life. The hell's this? What language is this written in? Why is physics easier to understand than this? Ash let out a sigh and shook his head. I didn't know what I was expecting from you. I'm not doing it. Come on, Val, just think of it as a game. It's gonna be fun. Your idea of fun really is twisted. Once again, I looked at the riddle. Whoever made it, he really worked hard. It won't be easy. We're just gonna use the top 3 saves. That's it. You guys do it. I looked at Luke and Ash. Go on. I'm not a fan of riddles either, sorry. Figure it out. Luke and Ash went quiet after hearing what we said, then began discussing the riddle between themselves while Val and I chatted on the sideline. We started playing rock, paper, scissors. After a while, we came to check on them, but they left. Since when? I don't know. We were too busy chatting. We have to find them, Val. Val held my hand. No need, Leah. Just wait here. They'll be back after finishing the test. We are their teammates. They won't leave us. Val looked really confident, so I trusted him, but it was a bad idea. Little did I know I would come to regret this decision. Wow, it's a moon. That's the moon. After waiting for a few days, I suddenly heard a familiar noise in the distance. Is that our train to the academy? Is the test over? No way, Leah. If the test was over, Luke and Ash would be here. Easy, just relax. Let's wait for them. We just stood here for 2 days. We're not a good team, guys. So we waited and waited, but they never came back. Val and I sat together, waiting for a long time. We're still waiting to this day. Sometimes I wonder, will they ever come back? Wait, 7? Did I miss another bad ending? Aw, fiddlesticks. Oh no, I didn't. I just missed this one, which is between the lost and shadows. It's okay, we'll get there. Nothing is impossible if we work together, right? Come on, Val, don't quit. Val remained silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Okay, let's solve it together. Following that, we started discussing the riddle. This riddle has a lot of metaphors which can make it sound confusing. But there is one clear clue here. People don't usually drink me, but they can't live without my clear body. At that moment, the gears in my brain started to turn. That means this is a liquid you can't normally drink, but is essential in daily life. Not only is it important, but we can't live without it. At the end, it also mentioned a clear body. There's only one thing on my mind right now. Is the answer blood? Is it blood? Are we going to church? Don't usually drink me. Don't usually doesn't mean it's impossible. Blood? Blood? We can't drink it and we'll die if we bleed out. But blood's not clear. That's true. Darn. Well, fiddlesticks. Alright, we'll try another one. I mean, it's pretty, it can be thinned out. Water, but we do drink it. Water is essential for daily life, whether it be for drinking, bathing, washing, or other activities. I thought the same too, but don't forget the part where it says people don't usually drink me. I swear it wasn't blood. It's alcohol. People drink alcohol all the time. We're going to talk about vodka. Sure, it's clear liquid, but like people do drink it, unless we're talking about rubbing alcohol. Alcohol? Color's clear, and alcohol has an important role such as cleaning wounds. Doesn't mean we can't live without alcohol. Dude, were all these answers trash? I think the answer is water. Water's essential. That's also my answer, but don't forget where it says people don't usually drink me. What? We're going back. We're going back. We're going back. No. I won't be made a fool by this game. This game won't make me a fool. I put water and you said... I thought the same thing too, but don't forget what they said. People don't usually drink me. Whatever this water is, it isn't for drinking. I glance at the canals around us. Could it be water inside the canals? You're not wrong. The water is clear and undrinkable. But I don't think this riddle refers to it. Why? There is a sound in this that I thought was my chinchilla, and I was like, there's no way. He's in another room. He's in a cage. He can't be in here. There's like a high-pitched chirp at the end of this. When I end, I go back to where I start. It's a canal in a circle. The second sentence of this puzzle describes the flow of this water. It's a lazy river, guys. Ash is right. All the canals in this city only flow in one direction, the sea. No waterways flow back to where it came from, so I don't think the canal water is the answer. What kind of water flows back to where it came from? Could it be a rainwater cycle? Nobody spoke for a while. Rather than staying here, why don't we try visiting all the water-related places? Maybe we can find something while walking around. Val's right. Maybe we'll find the answer along the way. Are you saying that Angelus World doesn't have a lazy river? As we walked, we paid close attention to our surroundings. Water flows back to where it came from. What could it be? At that moment, my eyes caught the shape of a small fountain not far from me. As if finding a glimmer of inspiration, I immediately got the answer to the riddle. I stopped the others. Fountain! When it drains down, the water will come back up again. That's right, I didn't think about that. You did great, Leah. I smiled faintly, happy that I managed to help my friends. But there's a lot of fountains in this city, right? Which fountain should we go to? Luke read the riddle again. I stand firm among the golden crowned rods of life. So there's wheat around me. I think the I here refers to the fountain we're looking for. Which means the fountain is among golden crowned rods of life. A golden what rod now? Is there such a thing in the Angelus realm? Not really. I think the rods of life here refers to trees. The city is filled with parks in every corner, so I believe this fountain is in one of the parks. But it says the rods of life are golden crowned. The crown here refers to leaves, right? Is there really a tree with golden leaves? Luke was silent for a moment, trying to compose his words. Here comes the tricky part. Gold-leaved trees do exist, but you can't see it directly with the naked eye. What do you mean? Under normal circumstances, they will look like normal trees. They will only show their golden leaves when Angelus magic is applied to its trunks. That means we have to check the trees in each park, one by one. Luke nodded. The problem is I can't remember which parks have a fountain. On that matter, leave it to me. Suddenly, Nori appeared from my cell phone screen. I scanned the city and managed to find every park with a fountain. Nori then showed a map of the city with some of the places already marked. There's a total of 6 parks with fountains, 3 on the east of the city and the rest on the west. Wow, you really are smart. You are very helpful. Good thing we have Nori. Thank you, Nori. It's Nor. I'm gonna call him Nori though. My brain just did like flip those 2 letters. That's what I'm here for. After Nor got back into the phone, Luke suggested we split up. Since we have a limited time, let's split up the task. Because we need Angelus magic to check for gold leaves, I'll go with Val. Val wouldn't be able to check anything with his daemon magic. Leah, I'm not sure if your magic will work because of your daemon blood. You should go with Ash. Good day, is that okay with you, Ash? Of course. After dividing which parks each of us would check out, we split up. Without wasting time, we immediately checked out the parks, but to no avail. The trees we checked didn't produce gold leaves after being injected with Angelus magic. Finally, we arrived at the last park on the list. Hopefully we can find a golden tree here. Ash and I stared at each other for a moment. We both walked straight to the nearby tree. Let's check together. Ash nodded and touched the tree trunk in front of us. I put my hand on it too. I closed my eyes while clearing my thoughts. At the same time, Ash and I started chanting the same spell. Slowly, I felt my magic flow into the tree. When I finished, the golden shimmer of the tree leaves greeted me. Unconsciously, my lips curved into a smile so beautiful. I was rooted to the spot, admiring the beauty before my eyes. Good job, Leah. We found it. Immediately noticed my surroundings. In the middle of the park, there was a fountain with 4 angel statues in each corner. Relief washed over me. Good thing we guessed the right so far. I'll let the others know. Val! We found a park with a golden tree. Shares location. Noise. Please wait for us. We may take about 30 minutes. Okay. They said they should be here in 30 minutes. Let's wait for them. No! Ash and I sat on the park bench to pass the time. "30 minutes later and they weren't fucking here." Time went by. For some reason I started to feel nervous. It's been 30 minutes. Why is Val and Luke still not here yet? I realized the time was running out. We were not getting anything done just by being idle like that. Is there anything I can do while waiting for Val and Luke? A few seconds later, the breeze turned dark brown. The breeze swirled around Ash, the colors signifying anxiety. Is Ash also anxious about not doing anything while waiting for the others? It's been over 30 minutes. How come Luke and Val haven't arrived yet? Ash immediately tried to contact Luke and Val, but no response at all. I felt something was wrong here. Strange, they're not answering. Nor, do you know what happened to Luke and Val? As soon as Ash called him, Nor immediately jumped out of his phone. Luke and Val got into some trouble along the way. They're being questioned by an officer because there's a report that a pureblood demon is roaming the capital city of Angeles. Ash and I were both surprised to hear Nor. Are they okay? Fortunately, Luke is with Val, so it all is well. Currently, they are in a hurry to complete the paperwork needed to get here. That's why they couldn't respond to your calls. Ash fell silent hearing Nori's answer, as if Nor, my dude, my little bunny busty, you should have told us the moment they got arrested. He was seriously thinking about something. Time's ticking. We can't just sit around and wait. Leah, how about we try to find more clues to complete the first stage of this trial? I think this would be more useful than doing nothing. Right, Luke and Val would be glad to know if there were progress. Ash is right, our time is limited. I better not sit around and just waste my time. Ash. Let's wait for the others. You better wait for the others. What if Val and Luke can't find us when they get here? Ash fell silent as he stared at me. He then took a deep breath. The trial is important to me. I thought it'd be very important to you too, but I guess I was wrong. Ash's words pierced my heart. Okay, you just wait for Val and Luke here. I'll look for the clue myself. Listen, I can smell a bad ending. After saying that, Ash walked away without even turning around. Ash is really quick to give me a cold shoulder. So fast. After a while, Val and Luke finally arrived. Sorry, we're late. We were stopped by an officer earlier because someone saw a demon like me roaming through the city. Someone reported it out of concern. Fortunately, the officer was very friendly. However, we still need to take care of things before we could go. Thank goodness that you're both are all right. Wait, are you alone? Where's Ash? Ah, about that. Just then, Ash came back with a gloomy expression. Where have you been? I was trying to continue solving the riddle while looking around the park. I tried a few things, but none of them worked. Did you go alone? Ash nodded. At that moment, Val and Luke glanced at me at the same time. They weren't saying anything, but I knew what they were thinking. I should have helped Ash. That's when Luke broke the silence. Right, then let's try to solve the next sentence in this riddle. Bring me crowns strung from the canopy of my friend. Crowns, you know, 4 crowns for the 4 things. Anyways, we're gonna load that back up. I thought I'd get a bad ending. We did not get a bad ending. How surprising. I thought they were gonna be like, and bad ending. Let's solve this riddle together. Thanks for helping me, Leah. Ash and I immediately discussed the last sentence in the riddle. Bring me crowns strung from the canopy of my friend. bring some crowns, huh? Yeah. Ash glanced at the fountain in the middle of the park. The 4 statues in each corner of the fountain caught my attention. The hands of the statues were raised, their palms open. They seemed to be like they were asking for something. Looks like we have to bring something to those 4 statues. A crown. What should we give them? Crowns from the canopy of my friend. The word canopy seems to refer to the leaves. We looked at the golden leaved tree. Does that mean we should give them crowns of gold leaves? The word canopy definitely means that we have to use leaves. The riddle says we should make a crown from it, so a crown made of leaves might be the answer. Ash nodded. I agree with you. Without waiting, we headed straight for the gold-leaved tree. I tiptoed to reach leaves of the tree. Unfortunately, I was too short. Why is the tree so tall? Suddenly, I felt a warmth on my back. Don't push yourself. From behind me, Ash grabbed the gold leaves with ease. He was so close, I could clearly feel his every move. My face was heating up. I think that's enough. Ash showed the leaves as he picked. In close inspection, I could see the golden sheen more clearly. These leaves are so pretty. This is my first time seeing something like this. Not only this, many experiences so many things for the first time today. Ash smiled at me. My mother used to tell me about her birthplace when I was little. She always boasted on how beautiful the realm is. But when I saw it with my own eyes, its beauty was beyond my expectations. I'm glad you feel the same way as me. Ash's gaze locked on me. Perhaps it's because I'm experiencing all of these new things with you. Ash's gentle smile made my heart beat faster. I couldn't control my heartbeat anymore. To hide my embarrassment, I started to make crowns from the golden leaves. Let's start making the crowns. Not much time left. You're right. Dude, was that a bad ending? Did I mess up? Did I back out too soon? Were they gonna run out of time? Ash also arranged the leaves with me. To my surprise, Ash's hand moved swiftly. In no time, we managed to make he made a neat flower crown. You're really skilled. Your crown is much better than mine. Ash chuckled at my compliment. Thank you, my mom used to teach me when I was little. After saying that, Ash suddenly approached me. He gently put his crown over my head. Then, he looked at me with a smile. As expected, this crown looks pretty on you. Really? Thank you. Again, my heart beat faster because of Ash. But it didn't end there. Ash was also playing with my hair. Was he? Wait. He slowly moved closer, looking at me deeply. I'm sure the crown for the Queen of Celestia was also fit beautifully on your head. This boy did not. He did not. He just said he wanted me to be a queen. It was useless. I couldn't control my feelings anymore. That sounds like a player remark. His words sounded so sweet to my ears. I couldn't help but stare at his stunning eyes. As if he could read my mind, Ash smiled meaningfully. Without saying anything, he then kissed my hair gently. Girl, so much trouble. From this close distance, I could see every beautiful side of Ash's face clearly. I let myself drown in his sweet sensation. After a while, Ash pulled his face away. Too bad we're running out of time. There are still so many things that I want to do with you. Ash then stood up and held out his hand to me. We have to go back now. Yeah, you're right. As soon as I accepted Ash's outstretched hand, he pulled me closer. When we get the chance, let's spend more time together. One simple line from him was enough to make me feel like I was on cloud 9. Hand in hand, we headed back to the fountain. To the fountain. After a while, Val and Luke finally arrived. Sorry, we're late. I'm gonna skip the things I already read. Thank goodness you're all right. What are you guys doing? Val was surprised to see the 4 gold crowns that I finished with Ash. We're about to solve the last sentence of the riddle. I told them what we did as we waited for them. We just need to test whether our guess was right or wrong. Thank you for your hard work, Leah. Ash. You guys are on fire. I smiled with satisfaction at their words. We headed straight for the fountain in the middle. Everyone stood in front of each statue. Hopefully our guess is correct. At the same time, we put the gold leaf crowns on the head of each statue. In that instant, the statue started to shake. I could hear the rattling of gears. Success! We were right! However, my excitement didn't last long. After the vibration, nothing else happened. We all stared at each other. That's it. Did we do something wrong? It does seem like we were wrong since the statues didn't react. Doesn't seem. Did we miss something? We tried to do something else, like putting the crowns on the palms or changing the shape of the crown, but still nothing happened. At that moment, Nodi appeared from the inside my cell phone with a panicked expression. Guys, only 5 minutes left. Hurry up, you'll get eliminated. We became restless hearing Nodi's warning. That's weird. Why can't we do anything? It feels as if there's no right answer to this riddle. We were racking our brains at the time came... What? We were racking our brains at the time continued to run out. All except for one, Val. Val was watching the statue's hands carefully. Hey, doesn't the hand look like it could be moved? All of our attention immediately turned to Val. How do you know? Instinct. If you have nothing important to say, just shut up. What did you say? What if I got it right? When Val rebutted Ash, he instinctively pressed the hand of the statue in front of him. Like a lever, the statue's hand was pushed down. Everyone was speechless at the incident. No one could have guessed what Val's words were correct, even Val himself. Let's press the other statue's hand. Hearing my instructions, everyone returned to their feet and returned to their feet in front of their respective statues. At the same time, we all pressed the hands. For a few seconds, nothing happened. At that point, I was close to giving up. Are we really going to fail here? However, the ground beneath me began to shake, and in the blink of an eye, a hole appeared underneath of us. What? Holes? What now? My instinct was right? Just as we fell into the mysterious holes, I heard the sound of a bell. Time for the first stage of the trial of Anguillus is over. While falling into darkness, I could only wonder, what exactly happened? Was there any hope for my team to pass this trial? 'Twas there. We're gonna see if this is chapter 7, because that, I'm pretty sure, was supposed to be chapter 6, and it said chapter 5 at the very end of it, and I'm still confused. Okay, so chapter 6 was bugged and said it was chapter 5. I was getting so confused. I was like, I swear I did 5 chapters. At the same time, we all press the statue's hands. Death. We fell. We're not going to repeat what just happened. I wasn't sure how far we fell. The darkness felt endless. When is this going to end? After a while, I finally broke free of the darkness. I braced myself for the impact. Abs. But somehow I fell on something soft. Oh, not abs? I heard a groan coming from below me. Hey, you good? Can you get up? I didn't realize my hands were resting on Val's chest. Oh my god. I quickly got up and walked away from Val. Sorry. I'm gonna not save over that one because I think, hear me out, I think there's something there. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. No worries. Val's flushed face made me feel embarrassed. Slowpoke. You couldn't even catch Leah? Ash suddenly appeared behind Val and started teasing him. I was just a bit startled, alright? Come on, what matters is that everyone is safe. I started observing my surroundings. We came to a large, circular room. On each side, there were dozens of doors with different patterns. Not far from us, other Angelus students were watching our team. At that moment, I realized something. Wait, there are way fewer students in this room than before. How many teams failed to pass the first stage? A loud applause filled the room. That was not an applause. Well done! Your team is the last one to complete the first stage of the trial. You're lucky. If you were even a few seconds late, you'd be eliminated. I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Even though it was close, luckily our team made it through. Good thing Val has sharp instincts. Right, thanks Val. Sorry for dismarring your idea earlier. Val smiled faintly at us. Don't sweat it. Thanks for listening to me too. Miss Lally then gathered us for a briefing on the next stage. Even though you've successfully passed the first stage of the trial, don't let your guard down. The real trial is just about to begin. Despite Miss Lally's calm smile, the rest of us started to become tense. She then pointed to the door around the room. Look at the doors around you. Each team will enter a door at random. Inside, you will be put into a simulated court case. Your task is simple. Use your discretion to judge the case. The other students started whispering to each other, discussing what kind of case they might face. I was still trying to process Miss Lally's explanation. Seeing our concerns, Miss Lally smiled warmly. Remember, what can be considered justice can vary from one individual to another. So think carefully before you make a decision. Is your own justice the most righteous? Oh my, okay. After a brief pause, Miss Lally clapped her hands again. Let's start the trial right away. Good luck, everyone. Do your best. Miss Lally and several other teachers started guiding the teams to enter a door one by one. I could only nervously wait for my group to be called. Luke, Ash, Val, Leah. As soon as our names were called, I immediately called the others to Miss Lally. She then led us to the nearest door. While casually swinging her fingers, she began to cast the spell. Please go in. Good luck! I glanced at Ash, Val, and Luke. When our eyes met, everyone nodded. Despite not saying anything, I knew we had the same thought. We have to pass the second stage of the trial. Let's go! Let's go! Leading the way, I stepped through the mysterious door. Inside, we were greeted by a long white hallway. Why isn't there anything inside? Looks like we have to go further. Come on. I slowly made my way down the hall, keeping my guard up. I could hear the murmurs of the crowd at the far end of the hallway. The moment we left the hallway, we suddenly found ourselves in the courtroom. Everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to us. Behind the defendant's table, there was a thin little boy. His face was pale and his clothes looked shabby. On the other side, a young man stood in front of the prosecutor's table. The gallery was packed with people sitting on their seats. Looks like our judges have finally arrived. Then we can start the trial immediately. So we really are thrown into a courtroom. Please take a seat at the bench. The prosecutor pointed at the raised desk in the front of the room, which is traditionally known as a bench. We were still unsure about this, but for the time being, I decided to follow the prosecutor's instructions. Looks like we have to become the judge for that child's case. Her eye color matches his, I think. That'd be interesting if her mom wasn't the angel. I don't think her dad would be here. Luke glanced at the little boy in the middle of the room. After we sat down, the young prosecutor looked at us. Or that could be like a sibling. He seemed to be signaling me to do something. The trial has started. Now that we can see, I think hers is still a little brighter than his. His is a little bit toned down. But I think that's like the third time they've done blue eyes that are like a little different, which is interesting too. As judge, we definitely have to do something. At the beginning of the trial, I should call the witness. Where's the defense? But I couldn't finish. Luke interrupted me. Leah, in some trials, a defense attorney is not needed. For now, as the judge, we need to call the case first. I will not have you embarrass me in a court of law, Luke. Okay, I'll change my answer. I'm so sorry, I didn't go to law school. I don't know the law. Call a witness, give a note. See, the prosecution may call its first witness. Why am I wrong? Call the case? What does that mean? Why am I the one in charge? Why do I have too many choices? Don't let me choose everything. That's the only one that had call in it. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. The court is now open for today's trial. If both parties are ready, please give your opening statements. Jeez. The prosecutor flashed a satisfied smile as he saw my actions. Good, I made the right decision. Sort of. It took a while. Your Honor, I represent Harry Smith in this theft case. Following that, the prosecutor explained that chronologically the case. Last Friday, Harry Smith opened his bakery as usual. But in the middle of business hours, the defendant, Sam, stole Harry's goods. The prosecutor pointed to the frightened boy in the middle of the room. The incident not only caused financial loss to my client, but it also caused him psychological trauma. Nowadays, Harry is always nervous when he opens his bakery. Therefore, on behalf of my Client, we demand compensation of 20 gold coins. I rest my case. In a fit of anger, a man in his 40s suddenly stood up from the gallery. That's right, you must give the impudent little boy the heaviest punishment, otherwise he'll just do it again. The other villagers supported Harry's words. Sam became even more frightened upon hearing Harry's screams. I started to feel sorry. Even though he had committed a crime, Sam was still a child. What could be the reason behind his actions? That's when I realized the atmosphere in the courtroom was starting to become heated due to the rowdy villagers. I'd better threaten them. Let's threaten them. Oh, God. Order! This trial is still ongoing. I warned them in a stern voice. After a few seconds, the crowd fell silent again. Good job, Leah. Thank you. I felt relieved that I did the right thing. When things calmed down, I continued with the trial. Does the defendant have any objections to the prosecutor's statement? Sam was frozen in place, his body trembling uncontrollably. After taking a deep breath, he mustered up the courage to speak. I was starving, Your Honor. I haven't had any food in 3 days. When I saw Mr. Harris open up his bakery, I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to steal the bread. Please forgive me. Hearing the little boy's plea for mercy, Harry couldn't contain his annoyance. What kind of excuse is that? Does being hungry make it okay to commit crimes? People commit crimes for all sorts of reasons. We're just too lazy to find a job, so he decided to steal. Sam hung his head, tightened his tiny fist, holding back his emotions. I've been trying to find a job. No matter how hard I asked, no one would give me a chance. How can I make money then, Your Honor? He's just making excuses, Your Honor. If left alone, this child will only grow up to be a vicious criminal. Punish him now. The atmosphere in the courtroom began heated again. Everyone was looking at us. They were waiting for the judge's decision. Look. What a chamber. Meanwhile, in Damien's office. While checking his work documents, Damien heard a commotion from the academy grounds. Curiosity pushed him to see what was going on. Outside, giant, transparent screens were hovering throughout the academy. The ongoing Angelus trial were being broadcasted live. That's right, today's the trial of Angelus. Not only that, many people were also watching the live broadcast through their phones. With excitement, they tried to guess how the trial would end while cheering on their friends. Damien stared at one of the screens. Only benefit of them talking is that I can do things like that without having to pause. Leah's serious expression could be seen clearly. Stay strong, Leah, you got this. Damien could only hope for the best for his little sister. Back to the Angelus trial. After hearing the chronology of this case and the statements of each party, we were given time to discuss. What do you think? What should we do? We should decide on a punishment for the defendant. He needs to pay for his crime. That's the main purpose of this trial, right? Ash. Something feels off here. Let's think about it again before making a decision. Leah's right. Besides, it's important to consider why the child committed the theft. He committed a crime because he had no other choice. I think we should let him go. I think... that'd be unfair. No matter what, Sam has committed a crime. I agree with Leah. Sam himself is well aware that he did wrong. We just let him go, it means we support his actions. A lot of people will be dissatisfied with our decision. Cases like these are hard to solve. There's a lot of ambiguity here. Nothing is truly black and white, because everyone has their own faults. When Ash finished speaking, we all fell silent. I was lost in my thoughts. Everyone has a point, but I think there's still some information we're missing. Is there any information about Sam's background? The prosecutor smiled faintly before handing me some documents. Why does he get a face? Why is he so pretty? The provided documents were very detailed, including places Sam would frequently visit. While Sam was living on the streets, many villagers saw him. As I turned the page, I discovered unexpected information. Social institutions often visit the village to ensure the lives of the street children. But no one reported Sam's condition or whereabouts. At that moment, Miss Lolly's words came back to my mind. We're not gonna do that. Just how's your justice, bro? Justice for everyone is different. That's it. Guys, listen to me. Hear me out. Without waiting any longer, I shared my idea with everyone. I also made sure to show them the documents that the prosecutor had just given me. Ash, Val, and Luke fell silent for a moment after I finished speaking. What do you think? I agree. Let's use your idea. What's my idea? Like, what's my thought process here? My hair's in a ponytail. I was trying to do the little hair curl. I can't. My hair's in my mind like that. Like, pretend it's happening. You really considered the situation from all sides. That's a great idea, Leah. I trust your decision. No. After getting their approval, I returned to face the rest of the court. This court has reached a decision. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. Everyone was waiting for me to finish what I was saying. I looked at Sam, nervousness apparent on his face. The court finds the defendant guilty. As punishment, he will have to compensate Harry Smith for the loss he suffered. Helplessness was written all over Sam's face. He seemed to have given up on his fate. Meanwhile, Harry smiled with satisfaction at my decision, but I was not done. In addition, the court also finds Harry Smith and the entire village guilty. In an instant, everyone was shocked. What do you mean? This isn't my trial. Harry sparked a protest that quickly spread to everyone else. Being falsely accused of something left them feeling dissatisfied. The whole room was filled with the commotion. Order, everyone. In a loud voice, I stopped them. The trial hasn't finished yet. The sudden shock left them speechless. I fixed my gaze on each person's face one after another. This decision was not taken arbitrarily, but with some consideration and evidence. This case happened because you let a minor live on the streets for so long. He's been trying so hard to find a job, but none of you care about him, right? It was clear from their expressions that they were getting anxious. Not only that, the evidence suggests that social institutions often visit and ask locals questions to ensure that no minors live on the streets abandoned. The audience's face immediately changed. The anxiety on their faces was becoming more apparent. Despite frequently seeing Sam in the village, none of you reported his whereabouts to any social institutions. Your negligence could have killed someone. Therefore, the court finds you guilty. Your carelessness has pushed a child to do such in an extreme action. This time, everyone was silent. No one objected to what I said. Meanwhile, the prosecutor seemed like he was becoming more interested in the flow of the trial. I don't think you can just say, and everyone's guilty. Are you going to finish playing the game on your own time? Actually, yeah, okay. First part, yes, because I'm going to be at a convention this weekend. So when I'm not working, I'm planning on playing this. That way I have something to do. And the other answer is no, I never finished the Villainess game. But maybe I will someday. Part of me wants to still stream it, so I still kind of want to buy my own copy of my next life as a Villainess. Like, I thought it looked really good and the animation's nice, so I still think I might end up buying that one physically so I can stream play it instead of just do a review on it. But we'll see. We'll see. There's so many games. But this weekend, that's part of the reason why I want to make sure I finish the first 10 chapters before Friday, was so that I could play this weekend when I'm at Sabotan. All of you have to perform community service. Every villager has a duty to help locate and provide assistance to children who live on the street. They must report it to social institutions. Sam will have time to pay for his crime until he reaches the legal working age. As for the rest of the villagers, starting from now, you have 1 year to serve your sentences. Never turn a blind eye or deaf ear to the sufferings of others, my guys. No one argued with us anymore. It looked like they had acknowledged their mistake. Court is adjourned. Tap, tap, tap. We did it. We won. Everybody wins. When the trial ended, Sam approached us hesitantly. What is that? Are you... Oh goodness. Court? Do you need anything from me? Sam shook his head. He then took a deep breath as if preparing himself. Thank you, Your Honor. Sam's unexpected thank you caught me by surprise. Since I was just a poor and abandoned child, no one had ever stood up for me before. The world seemed so unfair to me. But for the first time today, I experienced true justice. Sam then showed us a bright smile. Thank you. Seeing him, we felt happy. We're just doing what we're supposed to do. Live well for now. Don't starve anymore, my guy. Don't starve. I hope you never suffer again. Sam nodded and said goodbye to us. He promised not to repeat his actions and live properly from now on. Thankfully, everything went well. I felt relieved to see Sam leave with a confident smile on his face. Suddenly, we heard applause from behind us. The young prosecutor approached our team with a smile. He's giving that rooster from, is it Futurama? Like listen here, like that guy. That's the vibe I'm getting because of the bowler tie. Like, congratulations, you have completed the trial of Angelus. Suddenly the courtroom vanished before our eyes. In a split second, our surroundings turned into a white chamber. The prosecutor had also disappeared. Have we been under an illusion spell this whole time? In front of me, a transparent screen appeared. The trial of Angelus is complete. You will be teleported out shortly. Without warning, a magical circle formed under our feet. A bright light filled my vision. The next thing we knew, we were already outside. Welcome back. As soon as we arrived, Miss Lolly welcomed us as if she had been waiting for us a while. I really enjoyed your show. That was very entertaining. From Miss Lolly's reaction, it looks like we've done a good job. After the trial ended, Miss Lally gave us a further briefing. The trial results will be announced 2 days from now. While waiting, all students are free to do anything in the Angelus realm, include get arrested. Miss Lally swung her finger lightly. A key appeared in her hand. The Academy has prepared lodging for you. You can rest there if you want. After getting the key from Miss Lally, we left the trial area together. Boom. Now let's go find another key. What? Free time. Where should I go? Don't stir up trouble and end up getting arrested again. Huh, that wasn't on me. Just before Val and Ash started fighting, someone approached us. You all seem pretty close, huh? Is it the lawyer? Do you have time? I want to talk about something. The prosecutor from the trial was now standing in front of us. Greetings, my name is Faye, one of the supervisors for the trial of Angelus. So he's not part of the illusion? I quickly composed myself and answered him. Sure, Mr. Faye. Anything we can help you with? No, I'm just impressed at your decision and solution in court. Thank you. Mr. Faye then gave each of us a meaningful smile. Are you interested in getting extra points? Extra points? What does that mean? Each team supervisor may give extra points to boost the test scores. These points can be earned if the student completes the assigned task. The assignment for each team is usually different. I had no idea that such a system existed in a trial. Seeing my serious face, Mr. Faye started laughing. Take your time before accepting my offer, but if it's okay with you, may I see your Team Bunny assistant? You can see Nor. Yeah, sure, wait a minute. I immediately took out my cell phone and called Nor. Hello, can I help you? Nice to meet you, Mr. Bunny. I want you to keep something for me. Faye snapped his fingers. In Nor's hand, a white envelope appeared. Please keep that envelope properly. Roger, leave it to me. Nor went back into the cell phone screen while hugging the envelope. I've left the details for the extra points with your bunny. I'm sure you are tired after the trial, so take a rest first. You have 2 more days to complete this task. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Faye. It's up to you whether you want to do this task or not. Even so, the smallest point can change the results of a trial. It's not uncommon for points like these to save a team from barely failing. Okay, but it also is worth considering if you aim to get the best score in this trial. If I want to wish my little brother to freedom, to not be a slave to a demon, I need points. Mr. Faye's last sentence instantly made me think of Finn. True, my goal was to be the best student so I can free Finn from his magic pact. I shouldn't underestimate extra points like these. Before leaving, Mr. Faye took one final look at each of us. Although this is not mandatory, I think you will enjoy doing it. The task not only offers extra points, but also holds personal connections to every one of you. Personal to us? What does he mean by that? After saying that, Mr. Faye immediately said goodbye and left. For a moment, there was a silence between us. We were all at a loss of what to do. Shall we go to the inn first? The sun's about to set. Right, I want to lie down. I want to eat food, but as we were about to leave, Luke stopped us. Instead of staying at the inn, how about we stay at my house? I think it would be more convenient. Your house? Oh goodness. Is it okay? We haven't told your family. Relax, it won't be a problem. In the end, we all agreed to go to Luke's house. I'll call the people at my house first. Okay, let's... No, not that one. Not that one. You were so wrong. We'll say yes? We'll say yes. Because yes seems right, right? I want to go to your house. Ash and Val also seem to agree with me. There's a few things they need to prepare. You guys don't mind waiting a little bit, do you? Sure, no rush, Luke. It's not like we were gonna go to a hotel room. Luke opened his phone and left us. Meanwhile, Ash was looking around the area. While waiting for Luke, I'll also be gone for a bit. Where are you going? Somewhere nearby. There's a place that my mother used to go. I want to try visiting it. I immediately understood why Ash wanted to leave. From the look on his face, it looked like he wanted to go there by himself. Okay, take care, Ash. Ash smiled slightly and nodded. Val and I were the only ones left. While we were waiting, I saw Miss Lolly come out from the courtroom. Finally, all teams have finished their trial. She looked happy that her job was done. When she saw us, Miss Lolly immediately greeted with a smile. Why are you guys still here? Aren't you gonna go to the inn? Ah. We're staying out of friends. We're waiting for him now. Oh, I'm waiting for my husband too. After this, we're going on a date. I haven't seen him for a long time. In the midst of her story, she got a call. Oh, is that my husband? As soon as she looked at her phone, she became uneasy. Hello, headmaster. Can I help you? Okay, I understand. Right now? Miss Lolly finally hung up. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Why? Why did that old hag suddenly give me an assignment? Do I have to work overtime again? I just finished supervising the trials. I want to go on a date with my husband. I assume that's how she sounds. Miss Lolly looked really disappointed. I would be sad too if my date got canceled because of work. Miss Lolly then looked at me and Val with a sad look. Please don't let me suffer alone. Can you help me, please? Val and I felt even more sorry for Miss Lolly. For a moment, we almost forgot that the person in front of us was a teacher. Miss Lolly is a child or a teacher. She is a teacher with 2 children. She has a son and a daughter. She just looks extremely young. Is it really okay for students like us to meddle in a teacher's business? Don't worry, the task is simple. Val and I still had doubts. Miss Lolly then tried to convince us. I have a great offer if you guys help me. I'll give you something you'll need in the trial of Damon later. Oh no, this is terrible. She looks like a child. She do look young, but she's not a dateable character and she's already married, so I'm just looking at as she's Mavis of this generation. Oh, something we need for the trial of Damon. What does that mean? Miss Lolly smiled meaningfully. Did you know that in the Damon realm, Angelus can't use their magic? Are you the only team with Angelus members who have to take the trial of Damon, right? I can help you prepare for your trial. I was surprised to hear this new information. That's right, I forgot about that. I think we should help Miss Lolly. He's like, you know what? Let's do it. This is about Ash and Luke's fate in the trial of Damon later. Val's words convinced me that what Miss Lolly said was true. Your task is easy. Can you help me, please? Miss Lolly. Could this be another bad ending? Could this be another bad ending? They like to throw a lot of bad endings in this game. Sorry, I'm tired after today's trial. I want to rest. I see. Okay, sorry to bother you. Miss Lolly looked so disappointed when she left us. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy. Val was still thinking about Miss Lolly's offer. Honestly, I think you just missed a rare opportunity. Did I fail to convince you? Well, whatever is the case. I hope you won't underestimate Damon Realm. After that, we waited for Luke and Ash to come back in silence. I don't know. See, there might be some longer bad endings. I'm honestly too lazy. I'm too lazy for the longer bad endings. There's going to be some grinding. If I want to get all the endings, it's going to be a little grindy. But the bad endings don't have pictures, so whatever. It's fine. Leave it to us. Leave everything to me. I knew you two were nice kids. Thanks, Leah. Val. So what should we do? Catch bunnies. Catching bunnies? Are you perhaps hungry, miss? I have the sneezies. Oh no, that's not it. Miss Lolly began to explain the assignment in more detail. I have to gather the facility bunnies, which are currently scattered in several trial locations. They don't need to work anymore since the first stage of the trial is over. But that old hag, the headmaster, suddenly gave me this task. So please, find them and ask them to meet me here. I'll send you their locations to your phones. Alright, we'll gather them soon. I'll be looking for some bunnies around here too. Let me know if anything happens. After that, we separated from Miss Lolly to look for the facility bunnies. Faculty bunnies even, not facility, because that'd be weird because this is a school. We started approaching each bunny one by one. Hey bunny. Bee. Bee. Seeing Val, a tall, imposing person, the bunny immediately trembled in fear. Val, I think the bunny's startled. Maybe you approached him too suddenly. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, Mr. Bunny. Val bent down to level his gaze with the bunny. I didn't mean to hurt you. Val then took out a piece of candy. Do you like candy? You want this? Seeing Val's gentle treatment, the bunny finally calmed down. The bunny took Val's candy and started eating it happily. I took this opportunity to ask him, hello, are you one of the faculty bunnies for the trial of Angelus? Fifi, Miss Lolly has an extra job for you. Can you meet her at the second trial location? Imagine this is how you found it. Imagine finding it by finding it, but it'd be like, hey, you need to go to the second trial location. We go over there. The bunny nodded in understanding. Thank you. The bunny then hopped straight to Miss Lolly's location. I glanced at Val. He was putting back the rest of the candy. I didn't expect you to carry things like that around. You see, this is my first time in the Angelus realm. I didn't know what kind of treatment I'd receive here. So I brought some equipment with me that might clear up some misunderstandings. One of them are these candies. Luke suggested it. I never expected that my preparation would come in handy. The other side of Val has amazed me. Val prepared everything seriously for this trial. I think you're awesome. You're awesome, buddy. You're so awesome. I didn't expect you to prepare everything so well. I was just being careful, but thanks. Let's go to the next place. Val walked ahead, trying to hide his blushing face. At first, I was worried about not being able to communicate with the animals like Luke, but everything seems to be going well. After approaching several bunnies, finally one was left. Hello, are you one of the faculty bunnies for the trial of Angelus? Just then Val's stomach started rumbling. I'm hungry. Perhaps because Val was a big daemon. And since Val's stomach rumbled at such the right time, the bunny was startled and panicked. Without even giving me a chance to explain, he bolted away as fast as he could. Looks like he was scared that Val might eat him. Val and I quickly rushed after the bunny. Wait a minute, Mr. Bunny! You got it wrong! You got it wrong, buddy! We continued this back and forth chase for some time. After a while, we caught up with the bunny. Mr. Bunny, please listen to us first. The bunny was too panicked and kept stepping back. Unfortunately, he didn't notice the canal behind him. Look out! Instinctively, I immediately jumped to catch him. Gotcha! However, I didn't pay close enough attention to my steps. It was my turn to almost fall into the canal. Oh no! I'll get wet! Just before I fell, a pair of strong hands grabbed me. Lucky I was on time. Val's strong embrace slowly calmed me down. He then pulled me up. When we were safe, I checked the bunny's condition. Mr. Bunny! Are you okay? The bunny nodded. Mr. Bunny, you misunderstood. I began explaining why we approached him. The bunny listened to me quietly. So it's like that. Can you come over to Miss Lolly now? The bunny nodded. Before he left, he looked at me and Val. The bunny hugged both of our legs, and after waving his hand, he hopped away. That was a cute thank you. Thank goodness, Val. Finally, there's a bunny that isn't afraid of you. Our mission today is done. For a few seconds, all I could hear was the canal's running water. Val, thanks for saving me. Val didn't reply. He just stared at me silently. Why are you looking at me like that? Without any words, Val stroked my head. The sudden gesture made my heart beat wildly. Val, what are you doing? I'm just making sure you're okay. Oh my. Val slowly lowered his hand, then he gently caressed my cheek. His touch was gentle and comforting. My cheek felt hot, as if they were on fire. Next time, don't act rashly like that again. You really surprised me. You need to take care of yourself, Leah. No. His eyes glowed with sincerity as he stared at me. That was when I realized how much Val was worried about me. Happiness filled every corner of my heart. Okay, I'll never act rashly again. Thank you for worrying about me, Val. I was just doing the right thing. Val's face started to turn red. He tried to hide his embarrassment as he looked away. He's so cute. At that moment, Val immediately tried to change the topic. The panorama in Angelus' realm is really beautiful, isn't it? Val looked at the clear blue sky. Is it because of the sun? The sun. Is there no sun in the daemon world? Val nodded. The daemon realm has never known daylight. There, the night sky rules over us forever, because there is no sun. Is the Daemon realm really like that? I was amazed by this new fact. Val was looking at the scenery around him. After that, he took out his phone. Hey, can I take a photo? Of course. I'll hide behind you. I thought Val wanted to take a panoramic photo of the city, but he pointed the camera at me instead. Why are you pointing the camera at me? Didn't you want to capture the city view because it's beautiful? You're not wrong. But I think you are no less beautiful. Sir, I feel as if you said that to me last time. I think I was all like, wow, it's beautiful. And you said, it's right. And I said, you're not even looking. And you're like, I still think it's beautiful. And I remember. The scenery is more meaningful when you're in it. His words melted my heart in an instant. I felt like my heart skipped a beat. This man always caught me off guard with his words. So can I take your picture? Of course. From behind the camera lens, Val's eyes were locked on me. In between those moments of silence, the sun shone beautifully, bringing out the best in Val's face. That was when I understood Val's words earlier. I was mesmerized by the beauty of Val's smile amidst the cityscape. Sure enough, you're really charming. His voice was so gentle it radiated all kinds of emotions. I couldn't escape his gaze. Val's face was slowly getting closer. His hand reached my cheek again. His touch bewitched me. This girl, I'm just gonna say it again, is getting a lot of skinship. A lot. Stuff's usually teased. These guys are touching her face left and right. They're kissing her cheek. They're holding her hand. And she's all like, man, I have such great friends. May I? The question made my heart stop for a moment. I felt a blossoming of emotion in my heart. Slowly I nodded. He gradually closed the distance between us. See, that's a cheek kiss. But in an instant, Val's lips landed on my cheek. It expressed warmth and sweetness. My face immediately became hot from embarrassment, so he meant to kiss me on the cheek, huh? Is that not what you wanted? Say it. Say it out loud. Val smiled meaningfully while looking at me. As if knowing what was on my mind, he stretched out his hand. Don't worry, we still have plenty of time. This is just the beginning. Oh, my cheek was burning out of embarrassment because of Val's charming words. Oh my stars. After a while, we returned to Miss Lolly's location. She greeted us with a smile. Back already. Whee! The rabbits we approached were already here. Thanks for gathering them. Thanks to you, I didn't have to work too much overtime today. You're welcome. We're happy to help Miss Lolly. As promised, I will help you prepare for your trial of Daemon later. Come to me a few days after before the trial. Okay, thank you, Miss Lolly. Miss Lolly then looked at us from head to toe. What is it? Just thinking. The last bunny came back a while ago, but why did the two of you only arrive now? Miss Lolly smiled meaningfully at us. Oh, young people these days. I remember my youth with my husband. Laughing, Miss Lolly asked the bunnies to leave us alone. Val and I couldn't do anything but hold back our embarrassment. We're like, listen, lady. Luke and Ash were finally back after finishing what they had to do. My house is ready, let's go. I was excited. It was my first time visiting a friend's house, a house in another world, no less. before going to Luke's house, we decided to change into more comfortable clothes. I'd say after getting to Luke's house. Where are you going to go change? When I arrived, I was surprised to see the luxury of Luke's house. My boy, how many windows do you need? If you have a house like this and you don't have like a wait staff, then you would be cleaning this every day. At the main door, a butler and a servant welcomed us. Welcome back, Lord Luke. We are glad that... I heard that squeaking sound again. It sounded like my chinchilla in the song. Oh my god. I don't know what that is or why it's there. We are glad that my lord is finally home. The way they treated Luke showed that he is a respected person in this household. Thank you for waiting for us. How are the kids? I miss them. Your children haven't been able to sit still since they knew you were coming home. Kids? Can it be? Luke, you have kids? Ah, that's not what I meant. The butler started laughing and opened the mansion door. Oh! They finally exist in the game, okay. Just then, dozens of white balls burst out. They were not balls. On closer inspection, they all had adorable eyes and ears. On their forehead, there was a sparkling blue gem. Their tails, which resembled puffy clouds, made them look even more adorable. Pom-pom! Even their voices are cute. Pom-pom, do you behave while I was gone? Pom-pom! The furballs got more and more excited and started to surround Luke, jumping up and down cutely. Luke, what are these creatures? They're pom-poms. You could say they are kind of robotic technologies from Angela's realm. Pom-poms are quite handy, from assisting with chores to becoming playmates, probably why you have dozens of them as a house this big. Pom-pom. One of the pom-poms approached Val and landed on his head. Hey, what are you doing? Val, who was originally taken aback, eventually settled in and became comfortable. Probably thanks to the softness of the pom-pom fur. You're pretty soft. The other pom-poms began staring at Val. Pom-pom! The next moment, they all charged towards Val. Wait a minute. Val was drowned in a sea of pom-poms. He was helpless against the furball snuggles. Heh, that weakling is overwhelmed by more furballs. Pom-pom! But at that moment, the pom-poms also stared at Ash. Wait, are they going to... Pom-pom! Ash was also drowned in the sea of pom-poms. These void eyes are what's getting me right now. Like, oh my god. It's so cute. Hang on. She's so cute too. I love this. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cute. Shouldn't we help them? Don't worry, the pom-poms are just playing. They'll be fine. When Luke said that, I could hear Ash and Val muffled screams. Good luck, Val and Ash. It's beautiful. That's great. This is everything I wanted from these little guys from the first time I saved the game. Pom-pom! Some pom-poms started to approach me and rubbed their heads on me. You guys are so cute! I immediately hugged them and enjoyed the softness of their fur. I can't take it anymore. They're too adorable. Can I stay here forever? Pom-pom! The pom-poms jumped happily as if telling me to stay too. Luke just pulled the pet card to get the MC to himself. This is actually earlier too. They kept fighting and they're like, Luke used this as an excuse to take her again. So, you know, he's been winning her. If you want, I can arrange a job for you here, Miss Leah. Really? I could say yes. I could get a job here. Dude, she's kind of like royalty back home. Really? Maybe after I graduate. You're always welcome anytime, miss. Oh, after playing with pom-poms, we went inside. What would she do? What would she do here? Marry a man? Val began to notice the luxury of Luke's mansion. This is more comfortable than school clothes, by the way. They changed into these outfits. He's wearing metal. This is like metal. Also, if that was loud, I scratched my headphones just now. Like, that does not look more comfortable than the school clothes. I like it more than the school clothes. Don't get me wrong. Your family must be a big shot around here, huh? About that. Before Luke could answer, the mansion door opened once again. Luke, you son of a bitch, you brought me to the enemy's territory? You're brothers with Seraph? You're brothers with Draco Malfoy? Pom-pom! You guys are still as excited as ever. The pom-poms jumped joyfully as they welcomed the man who just entered the mansion, but I became speechless when I saw who that person was. Oh my god, Seraph can smile. Did you know that? I did. Thanks for welcoming me. Seraph? Why is he here? What caught me off guard was not just Seraph's presence, but also his expression. While greeting the pom-poms, he looked so sincere. His smile radiated happiness. This villain can make that kind of face? But as soon as Seraph saw us, his smile disappeared immediately. You're here. Seraph shot a sharp glance at Luke. You even brought your friends? Without even looking at us, Seraph walked away with a sour face. For a moment, it was very quiet. Val, Ash, and I were still too shocked to see Seraph in this mansion. Luke? You live with Seraph? My guy. I'm not looking down. I just like, what button am I pressing? You live with Seraph? We quietly laughed. As you can see, Seraph and I live under the same roof. We come from the same family. Luke took a few deep breaths before continuing his story. You can say that our family is quite influential in the Angelus realms. Seraph is the son of our patriarch. Meanwhile, I'm his cousin. Everyone was still dumbfounded by the fact. Luke immediately changed the topic to lighten the mood. For now, how about we settle down first? Wait. That guy's above you in the ranking system and you brought your loser friends over? He doesn't want us here. We're gonna get ourselves beaten up. I didn't know how to say it right. I didn't want to swear suddenly for some weird reason. We're gonna get so bruised from this, bro. We can talk comfortably after that. We're in a long hallway, by the way. This is not a home entrance. Everyone agreed with Luke's suggestion. Luke then asked the pom-poms to lead us to our respective rooms. Also, was Seraph just grumpy at me? Seraph just said he wanted to make amends. Seraph said he wanted us to be friends now, and now he's not. He took it back that fast. What an asshole. When I got to my room, I immediately put all my things away and began unpacking. Ridiculous. Whew, glad that's done. This is your more comfortable clothes. I just realized that's what you put on instead of your school uniform. This is more comfortable to you. Pom Pom, do you know where my friends are? Pom Pom. I followed Pom Pom to find the others. Pom Pom. While walking down the hall, I heard Luke's voice from one of the rooms. How was this place while I was away? The door to the room was open slightly. I could hear Luke's voice clearly. Inside, Luke was talking to his butler. Did you manage to get the information I asked? The butler nodded, but not as discreetly as he should have, because if we're going to talk about stuff like special notes and stuff, we should be closing doors. As expected, there was once an Angelus of prophecy who managed to escape the sacrificial ritual, but I couldn't find out the details of said Angelus. Is it her mom? Or how they managed to escape the ritual? Alright, thank you for your hard work. After bowing, the butler immediately left the room. In a panic, I hid behind a wall to avoid him. I felt relieved when the butler left without noticing me. Don't hide like that, Leah. I was shocked to hear Luke call my name. Somehow Luke was already standing next to me. Sorry, I didn't mean to Easter. Standing next to me? This just happened today. My phone wasn't charging last night, and I didn't know it until this morning when I got up and looked at my phone and it said you have a 9% battery. So I was like, okay, plug it back in, make sure it says it's charging, and then I left my phone in my room, and then like an hour goes by and I'm like, all right, let's go see how my phone looks, and I pick up my phone and look at the battery, and I did not notice my dog, and she was in my room, and there's like a blanket on the floor, and she was sitting on that blanket, and I didn't notice it until she stood up and her ear touched me and I almost screamed bloody murder. Because I was like, how did she sneak in here? She was there the whole time. And the only reason I know is because the blanket was warm. I'm like, oh my god, she was just chilling out in here and I just ignored her entirely. I could have stepped on her without even realizing it. So yeah, like, don't just appear beside me. What do you mean? What do you mean you're suddenly there? It's fine. Besides, you already know about my problem. Yeah, I want to know more about your problem. Like, why? I was curious about the conversation I just heard, but I held back my questions. I didn't think it was a good time to ask. The others must be waiting. Let's meet them. You're right. If we leave them alone for too long, Ash and Vel might fight again. So influential that we have to, like, sacrifice the kids sometimes. While enjoying the fresh air, we huddled together to talk about our extra points. Of course, the pom-poms were with us too. Pom-pom! They definitely served us tea and snacks. Angela's realm technology is absolutely amazing. After everything was ready, I called Nor. Nor, please open the message from Mr. Fay that Mr. Fay left for us. Okay, wait a moment. Nori took out the envelope he got and opened it without hesitation. In an instant, Nori's holograph projection was replaced with Faye. Good evening, everyone. I'm sure you are all eager to earn some extra points. Let me explain what you need to do to get them. That bunny's so cute. I love all the bunnies. There's so many. There's that bunny. There's the, oh gosh, I think it's actually the load screen bunny. There, look at him. He's a mailman. And then there's the pink bunny that lives in the forest. Why does this game have so many bunnies? Did they know? Was it for me? And bunny messages and bunny thoughts. After Mr. Fay cast a short spell, 3 letters immediately opened before us. You need to deliver each of these letters to 3 different places. The first place is the Hall of Judgment. All Angelus Realm activities revolve around this building. There's a great sorcerer of the Ice Kingdom from the human realm is waiting. A great sorcerer of the Ice Kingdom. Yo, could it be? After a few seconds of silence, Ash spoke again. I think I know the person in question. Let me take on that task. The second place is in the middle of the Mystic Lake. This lake is a sacred place used for a special ritual in the Angelus realm, like sacrificing. Some say the core of the power of the Angelus realm lies there. This place is guarded by a guardian who has overseen the ritual over the centuries. A special ritual in the Angelus realms. Let me handle this place. I also have some business over there. What? Where am I? The last place is quite difficult to find because it's hidden. You saw it, right? It had a silhouette. Go to the Garden of Eden, a place inhabited by little fairies. This garden is also said to be visited frequently by inhabitants of the Dark Realm. Wink, wink, wink. Maybe you'll find a key. Inhabitants of the Dark Realm? That he must be talking about demons. Let me do this one. I think I need to do something else. I think I need to do something there. For every task you complete, your group will get 10 points. Currently, your total score is 125 points. Your team is ranked second. By completing this task, you will have a great chance of getting the first place. I wish you all the best of luck. Faye's hologram then disappeared. For each task, we will get 10 points, huh? That means we'll get a total of 30 points if we do all of them. The points are by no means small. Right, doing this task will definitely be useful. And let's get straight into it. Ash would visit the sacred courthouse. Luke was going to visit the invisible lake. Val would try to find the heavenly garden. And I will cry. Come to think of it, these 3 tasks have something to do with Ash, Val, and Luke. Could it be that Mr. Faye intentionally designed these tasks this way? But there's no point in thinking about that now. I better focus on the task before me. Can I help you with these? You can come with us if you want. But we should rest for now. It's getting late. There's no way we can leave now. Her mama is from here. Why doesn't... What? I thought we were going to see her mama. Then let's get back to the... Hey, how can you just go to the bed? Everyone stop moving. What do you mean? Is there something we're missing? A sleepover isn't a sleepover without that thing, you know? What are you talking about? Val smiled as he took something out of his pocket. Ta-da! Val held a deck of playing cards in his hand. A sleepover isn't complete without a card game, and we should play through the night. Is that Damon culture? Sounds stupid, I'm not playing. You never had a sleepover before, have you? Or are you afraid of losing, Ice Boy? What did you say? I'll make you eat your own words. And then they all died. We decided to move to Luke's room so we can play freely. Full house, I win. Slow down there. You're not winning yet, Ice Boy. Val smashed his hand of cards. Straight flush. Eat that. Ash clicked his tongue in annoyance. Are you upset because you lost? Look at that smug smile on Val's face. After ridiculing Ash, Val dealt the cards again. Another round. The person who wins the most gets to give punishment to the losers. Just wait. Next round I'll beat you. That was just a warm-up. I'd like to see you try. I'm the king of the cards. I won't lose either. And yet, somebody's got to lose. A smoldering battle between us began. I won't let you do that. Do you think I can't see through your strategy? You two are too naive. Take this. How did he find my weak point? Damn, never thought Luke would be this strong. What's gotten into them? And after many rounds of card games, the winner was me. I won. You were all so focused on each other that you forgot about me. Don't underestimate me, boys. The three of them finally accepted their defeat. I picture this as like they would lose to her and be like, but I did better than Val. I did better than da-da-da. And then she just had the most wins after like 10 rounds. Okay, I promise. A promise is a promise. Leah, what do you want us to do? Oh, this isn't something that happens every day. I should make the most of it. What kind of punishment should I give them? Romantic feeding between Luke and Val. Wait. Pocky game for Luke and Ash. Val and Ash in a brace. I want to see Val and Ash hug each other. Seriously? You guys always fight every time you get a chance. Sometimes I want to see you two get along. But Val and Ash both seemed reluctant. I didn't make the rules, you lost. That started at the worst time. I'm so sorry. After a moment of silence, they finally made up their minds. Come here, I'm not afraid of a hug. Who said I was scared? Ash and Val pulled each other into a hug. Finally, you guys look like friends. After a few seconds, they let go of each other. However, the pom-pom, who was behind Ash, slipped while cleaning our cakes. Pop-pop! Ash lost his balance when pushed by pom-pom. Huh? Ash landed right on top of Val. Get off of me? Yeah, I know. When Ash was trying to get up, his hand accidentally landed on Val's chest. This is the best moment of this game. What on earth was that? Don't make strange noises. That's because you're heavy as hell. Get off me this instant. After that, they started fighting again. That's the greatest moment. I could get the other two. The chance to get to punish them like this again may not happen. I have to make good use of it. Should I give them another punishment? Oh, I can keep going. I can keep going. Do we have Pocky? I want to see Luke and Ash play the Pocky game. What? Ash and Luke glanced at each other. Pom-pom, please get us some Pocky. Pom-pom. They're so excited. Pom-pom definitely followed my instructions. Ash and Luke were now staring at each other with a Pocky stick between their lips. Which one? Only one can have the Pocky. Start eating. Despite their hesitation, they decided to start the game. I cannot. Their faces was getting closer to each other. Slowly but surely. I'm finally getting a good night's sleep after this. There was only a few inches between them, just a little more. But someone's hand suddenly broke their Pocky. Stop, I can't stand it. Stop, but they almost kissed! Luke laughed at Val. Val, are you serious? Wanna switch positions with me? No way. Alright, last one. I like to see Luke feed Val romantically. Feeding. Val and Luke stared at each other awkwardly. Pom-poms, please give Luke a cake! Pom-pom! Pom-pom did what I said. Luke took a deep breath and started to smile. Val, open your mouth! This is hilarious. This is everything. My face hurts from like this game, making me grin. Alright, wait a minute. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Oh, God. Why are they talking like that? I feel like I've tainted their innocence. At last, Val slowly opened his mouth. Luke then fed the cake to Val. You got icing on your lip. Without warning, Luke wiped Val's lip gently. Is the cake that good? Oh my god. I can't. For some reason, seeing those two made my heart flutter too. It's good that I gave them this punishment. What a day. What a lovely day. I was finally satisfied after punishing them all. Ah, that's such a great day. After playing many games, Ash and Val fell fast asleep. It's getting late. I think it's time for me to go back to my room. Let me walk you back. No need, I don't want to bother you. But Luke slipped his hand between my fingers. You're never a bother to me. I'm doing it because I want to spend more time with you. His words brought a smile to my lips. Okay, thank you. Or thanks, Luke. One or the other. You'll just have to figure that one out on your own. Hand in hand, we walked to my room together. On the way, pom-poms jumped at us with sad faces. Pom-pom! Why? They looked at us in sadness. Pom-pom, what's wrong? Pom-pom! From behind, Luke's butler caught up with the pom-pom. Lord Luke, Miss Leah. What's going on? Why does this pom-pom seem nervous? One of the pom-poms disappeared a while back. That's why they're worried. They couldn't find their friends. They've been trying to find them, but no avail. Currently, Master Seraph stepped in to help too. Luke's face immediately became worried. This is bad. We have to find it soon. Moreover, our pom-poms were nearly stolen a long time ago. Stolad? For some reason, Luke's word made me uneasy. Very well, I will join the search after getting Leah to her room. Please let me know if you find anything. Right away, my lord. After bowing, the butler left us immediately. I'm sorry you had to see that. No worries, I hope the pom-pom can be found soon. Just as we were about to walk, again the pom-pom started swarming my feet. Pom. They stared at me with their round eyes as if asking me for a favor. Pom-pom, please let Leah rest. I'll look for your friend later. Oh, not auto, not auto. How do I turn off auto? Oh gosh, hang on. I've done this twice now, accidentally. I hit the same button and turned it back on, my bad. Alright, I'll look for your friend later, but the pom-pom didn't listen to Luke. They gently rubbed their heads on me. Pom-pom! Looks like they think you can find the missing pom-poms. Sorry, they don't usually do this. I looked at the poor pom-poms. Oh. However, just then the surrounding breeze began to turn gray. Gray breeze. Could it be? This breeze is coming from the missing pom-pom? I tried to determine where the breeze came from. For a split second, I could see a jet black breeze among them. However, a second later, the black breeze disappeared. What was that? Is it just my imagination? Leah, what's wrong? Luke stared at me, worried. I didn't even notice that we were already in front of my room. About that, the black breeze that I saw was still in my mind. For some reason, I got a bad feeling. I should... Ignore it. I think it was just my imagination. Besides, the black breeze is out of sight now. After this, try to find the pom-pom that way. I pointed in the direction of the gray breeze, even though I could only give a rough direction. I hoped to help. Alright, thanks. Have a good rest. That's not a bad ending. After saying goodbye, Luke headed straight for the direction I pointed. Meanwhile, I went to my room to rest. Come on, later I would just regret that choice. I heard a sound. I'm just moving my seat because, like, was it me?
そうなのね。
そうなのね. No matter how many times I tried to sleep, my mind was still disturbed by the black breeze. I can't sleep. Just then I heard a commotion from outside the room. Intrigued, I decided to take a look at the situation. Luke and the butler seem to be running frantically. Luke, what's going on? Yeah, why aren't you asleep yet? Are we too loud? I'm sorry, miss. No need to apologize to her. Seraph walked with a palm in his arms. The gray breeze that I saw came from that palm in Seraph's arms. My guess was right, but there was something odd. Palm's fur was covered in mud. Not only that, its ear was torn and it seemed some parts of its body was damaged. What happened to it? I reached my hand out to the pom-pom, but Seraph slapped my hand away. Don't touch it. This is all because of you. What do you mean? Pom-pom was stolen by someone. It was injured when we tried to save it. Seraph clicked his tongue. If the pom-pom hadn't been up so late, this wouldn't have happened. They're usually already asleep by now. But because of you, they've been working all night. Until a thief found out and took this opportunity, you shouldn't have come here in the first place. Okay, calm down. Calm down. It's just after saying that, Seraph walked away, leaving me with guilt. Turns out the black breeze that I saw wasn't just my imagination. I shouldn't have ignored it. If only I'd helped them, the pom-pom wouldn't be hurt. Is that a bad ending, though? No. I guess I'll stop trying to get bad endings. Gosh. I guess. But there's like 30 of them. It's a lot. Luke, let me help you find the pom-pom. You want to join me? I can't bother a guest with a household problem. I patted Luke's shoulder gently. Don't think like that. I want to help my friends too. Luke smiled faintly at my words. Thank you, Leah. Wasting no time, we began our search for the pom-pom. Let's try looking this way. I took Luke to the direction of the gray breeze. But why? do you guys have little pom-poms and nobody else can? The breeze carried us towards the mansion's garden. It was hard to tell which way to go in the dark. Pom-pom, where are you? I paid close attention to my surroundings. After concentrating, I found the gray breeze again. This way. At the end of the park, I finally started to hear something. Pom-pom, are you there? A suspicious man smothered a pom-pom while trying to climb the fence. Damn, I got caught because of you. Who are you? Give me the pom-pom. You're rich. What's wrong with giving me one of these robots? Pom-pom trembled in fear as he was held in the man's hand. I can't just sit back. Are you a good persuasive person? Use a magic. Threaten the thief. Persuade the thief. Listen, I think we can have a good talk about this. How about you hand over the pom-pom? The man cut me off in an annoyed tone. Shut up, you're trying to trick me, aren't you? The thief was pointing a knife at Pom-Pom. He looked emotionally unstable and aggressive. Don't move, otherwise I'll just destroy this stupid robot. Luke and I froze. The situation was getting out of hand. Pom-Pom. All of a sudden, the pom-pom started to rebel. Pom-pom unexpected actions caught the thief off guard. Luke took advantage of this moment. Bind. In an instant, roots burst from the ground towards the thief. He tried to run away, but it was in vain. At high speed, the roots caught up with the thief and strangled his legs. He accidentally released the palm when he lost his balance. Palm was thrown into the air, crying in terror. I have to catch it. I immediately took out my fan. I focused all my mind to use my magic. All my mind. Oh, wind, heed my call. After swiping my fan, a thin layer of wind caught the pom-pom. I controlled the wind to move it towards me. Pom-pom, are you alright? I hugged the poor pom-pom. Thankfully, it wasn't hurt. After that, the butler immediately tackled the thief who broke into the mansion. The pom-pom rescue mission was safely over. We did it. We rescued the pom-pom. The pom-pom I saved earlier was still attached to me. It must be scared, so it didn't wanted me to let it go. Pom-pom, Leah wants to rest now. It's okay, Luke. I love hugging Pom-Pom. It feels so soft. Luke smiled slightly at my answer. Thank you, Leah. As we walked to my room, the other Pom-Poms followed. Pom-Pom! Are they worried that they will lose their friend again? Not only that, they also feel grateful to you. Looks like they're really like you now. Do you want to sleep together with me? Pom-Pom! The Pom-Poms jumped with joy when they heard this. As soon as we get to my room, Luke patted my head. Get some rest, Leah. You must be tired. However, Luke was still staring at me. He held my hand tightly as if he didn't want to say goodbye. What's wrong, Luke? Luke was silent for a moment before mustering his courage. I know this is selfish, but can I spend more time with you? Luke's request made my heart skip a beat. Like, what do you mean? Unconsciously, my lips curved into a smile. Luke? I don't even know. Like, I don't even know when it's an affection-based remark. Like, he's at 40. Good. Ash hates me. Like, hates me. I have the same idea. I was thinking the same thing. Hearing my answer, Luke's face lit up with joy. See, was that the right answer? We both went in with the pom-poms. We're just gonna have a bunch of little fuzzy, wuzzy, floaty, wuzzy, woolly buddies. Luke and I talked about a lot of things. Spending time with him was so much fun. I didn't realize how much time had passed. One by one, they started to close their eyes. They are absolutely adorable. Their sleepiness was contagious. Today was a pretty tiring day. At that moment, I felt Luke's hand on my cheek. Are you getting sleepy? I nodded. Get some rest. Luke grabbed my hand. He then laid my head on his lap. His sudden gesture embarrassed me. Luke, why? You did a lot for me today. Let me repay your kindness. As he said that, Luke started stroking my head. Every one of his touches felt soft. In an instant, all my tiredness disappeared. It was replaced by comfort. Luke's smile felt warm. There was an indescribable gentleness in his gaze. At that time, my eyes started to feel heavy. Looks like Luke realized that I couldn't fight my tiredness anymore. Slowly, Luke's face drew closer. The delicate scent of the flowers filled my nostrils. Good night, Leah. I hope you have a good dream. Luke's voice echoed in my ear. He continued to reduce the distance between us. It's another cheek kiss. Like, they keep doing this. Oh, forehead. Okay. Alas, Luke's lips landed on my forehead. At that moment, the softness of his lips made my heart flutter. Slowly, I closed my eyes. I surrendered myself completely to this sweet sensation. Okay, I accept. After a good night's sleep, I felt refreshed in the morning, and after getting ready, I immediately looked for the others to do the extra point assignments. But I couldn't find them anywhere. Where is everyone? Good morning, Miss Leah. Can I help you? Do you know where Luke and my friends are? Lord Luke, Sir Val, and Sir Ash left early this morning. They didn't have the heart to wake you up because you looked so exhausted, which is why they went on ahead. I see, thanks. Thank you so much for letting me know that I look so effing tired. They didn't feel like shaking me awake and being like, did you want to come still? I was about to leave and catch up with the others, but the butler stopped me. Miss, there's a guest who wants to see you. A guest for me. Who would be looking for me in the Angelus realm? I don't know anyone here except for my mother. The butler led me to the garden. Although still confused, I decided to follow him anyway. Your mama. My body immediately froze when I saw who the guest was. Leah, here you are. I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom! Whoa. This might be the last chapter I do before the collab, and then I'll probably finish this tomorrow before we do a different game. My body immediately froze when I saw who the guest was. Was any of it real or was it all just a dream? I missed you so much. The warmth of my mother's arms told me that all of this was real. Her touch was so comforting that I surrendered to it completely. After serving tea, the butler excused himself. With great enthusiasm, Mom started talking. How is your life at the academy, sweetheart? Are you alright? Academy life, honestly, it's filled with surprises. Trying new things was so exciting and I had a lot of fun. I'm glad to hear that. How are Damien and Finn? Hearing Finn's name, I immediately fell silent. Finn. Oh, Mama. I hesitated for a moment. After putting the words together, I told her what happened to Finn. Her face changed drastically. Her hands shook uncontrollably in disbelief. I didn't know something like that happened to Finn. Is he alright? I nodded to reassure her. Damien and I are keeping an eye on Finn. She breathed a sigh of relief after what I said. I want to save Finn as much as possible, but I don't have the power to do that right now. There's something I still need to do in this realm. There was a brief silence from her. Will you please take care of Finn until I get back? Leave it to me, Mom. I won't let anything happen to him. That's my brother, after all. We stared at each other for a moment. There was a question that had been on my mind. By the way, how did you know I was here? About that. Mom went quiet for a moment, piecing together her words. Let's just say Mr. Fay sent me. Mr. Fay? Do you need to do something for the academy? Are you a faculty member? Could she be? I mean, your brother is. Would that be the least surprising thing? You know him? Are you connected to the academy in any way? She shook her head. No, I have absolutely nothing to do with the academy. We know each other through an acquaintance. That same person also wanted to know how you were doing, which is why I'm here. An acquaintance who? Who? She just smiled faintly at my question. Why can't I see my actual mother? I know, adopted mom is my mom. She is my mom, but where's my mom? Like, where is she? I didn't push her because it looked like she couldn't answer further. After a moment of silence, she took my hand. Leah. Again, she appeared hesitant. Heaving a deep sigh, she began to speak. Don't you want to meet your biological parents? Her question caught me off guard. In an instant, a wave of thought rushed into my mind. She looked at me with worried eyes, waiting for me to answer. After much thought, I answered her. Honestly, none of these are the right answer. I don't know. I never thought about it. She tightened her grip. Do you hate your parents? Hate? Do I hate them? I fell silent again, contemplating her question. I searched within my deepest emotions. Until I finally found the answer. No, I don't hate them. More precisely, I can neither hate nor love the people I've never met. I am curious. That doesn't mean I miss them. For a while, neither of us spoke. There was only the soft blowing of the breeze. I can't choose who gave birth to me, but I can decide what kind of life I want to live. Isn't that why they decided to let me grow up in the human realm? At last, Mom smiled gently and nodded. I'm relieved to hear how you really feel. Thank you for being honest, sweetheart. The both of us brushed away all the doubts in our mind. We stopped talking about my real parents. This does remind me that Jay said she thought that Mr. Faye kind of had her eyes. They aren't the same shade blue, but that could be a hint that that's like her uncle. We stopped talking about my real parents. Also, Mama, do you love Papa? Are you in love with the demon dad that raised me? Now let's get to the point. I'm here to help you with the trial of Angelus. I know that you have received a task for extra points from Mr. Faye. Helping with my task? Wait a minute, isn't that cheating? Is that okay? Is it okay for you to help? Relax, there's no rules forbidding you from asking the citizens of the Angelus realm for help. You aren't the only team that chose not to stay at the academy provided lodges. Many other teams chose to go home too. Because that's the point of these tests. To live alongside Angelus. Her words finally convinced me. I began to listen carefully. Remember, Leah, Trial of Angelus is full of unseen tricks. Your ability to see the color of breeze will definitely come in handy here. I was surprised to hear her suggestion. Did Val, Ash, and Luke know about this before leaving? I have to help them. I have to. She smiled meaningfully. Looks like you understand what I mean. I have to go now since I have other things to attend to, but I'm glad to see you enjoying academy life. Fight, Leah. There are still so many exciting things left for you to discover. Thank you, Mom. Oh, what a cutie. As we said our goodbyes, we hugged one last time. I'm still confused. How you had a family come and raise you in the human realm instead of your actual parents, but you know what? We'll get there. We'll get there. After sending Mom off, I also contacted the others. Guys, I heard you went ahead. Thanks a lot for leaving me behind without any consideration whatsoever, even though one of you literally kissed me on the forehead last night. And another one of you kissed me on the cheek like 3 hours before that. I don't think Ash kissed us. Did Ash kiss us? No, he did kiss us. He put a crown on our head. Yeah, I remember. How's your progress? I've been to the Hall of Judgment, but strangely I wasn't allowed in. I've also arrived at the lake in question, yet something seemed off. Somehow there are 2 guardians here. They both claim to be the one real guardian. I don't know who is to give the letter to. A wrong choice will fell us. I can't seem to find the place. Even the locals have no idea. The garden must be hidden. Everyone was having a hard time doing the task. Mom's words replayed in my mind. If using my abilities can really solve their problems, I better help them. I want to go here. I decided to help Val first. First, please. First. When I arrived at Val's location, I immediately understood why he was confused. Never mind a garden. This place felt more like it was abandoned. There was also a large waterfall not far from there. This place looks deserted. From afar, I saw that Val was deep in thought as he observed his surroundings. Val seemed serious. I'd better. Startle him. Slowly, I snuck behind Val. Without warning, I closed Val's eyes. Yasu! Val was surprised when he felt my touch. Leah, you came to help me? That's right. Can you tell me what you got so far? Not much. I'm searching every nook and cranny, but I can't find anything. The locals haven't even heard about this garden. I'm still thinking about what I should do next. Is that so? I started to pay close attention to my surroundings. Dimly, I saw a yellow breeze around the waterfall. That seems to be something behind the waterfall. Val, have you tried checking behind the waterfall? Yeah, that was the first thing I did. Sadly, there was nothing behind it. Nothing. I looked at the waterfall one more time. The yellow breeze was still there. Something is weird. Is this the unseen trick that Mom warned me about? Val, can we check the waterfall one more time? Sure, let's go. He's like, whatever. We walked towards the waterfall. We made sure to cast protection spell against the falling water. Like Val said, there was nothing but a stone wall, but the breeze was getting darker. Find anything? I believe there's a passage behind this rock, but why can't we see it? Really? Maybe there's a way to open it. Val thought for a moment. Maybe it's like the first trial. Only Angelus magic can pave the way. Val's words made sense. Let me try to cast my Angelus magic down this stone wall. I closed my eyes and gathered the energy. Slowly, I poured all my magic into the wall. A second later, the stone wall shifted. It opened to a dark chamber. Oh, that was the answer. No wonder I couldn't find it. Cheers, Leah. Thanks to you, we found it. No need to thank me. That's why I'm here. After we decided to enter the cave, let me go first. We don't know what's in there, so be careful. Oh! Are you okay? He fell. It's a slide. Val only took one step in when he suddenly disappeared into a hole and let out a very loud scream. I followed Val inside without thinking. Val, what happened? Apparently there was no foothold behind the waterfall. Ah! I was too shocked by the sudden situation. In a panic, I didn't know what to do. However, a few seconds later, a pair of strong hands embraced me. Hey, are you alright? Val had spread his wings and broke my fall. Yeah, thanks for catching me. Val smiled back at me. Look around. We seem to be in some kind of heavenly garden. I could see the small islands floating in the vast blue sky. Clouds lined the island as if they were a bridge. From afar, I could see how beautiful each island was. Beautiful. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. Let's try one of the islands. When Val was about to flap his wings, I stopped him. Wait a minute. I can only fly on my own. Please, let me go. I can fly on my own. Okay. After making sure my wings were out, Val let go of his embrace. I think I learned how to fly from you. Never thought it would be useful at a time like this. We both flew side by side. I led Val in the direction of the yellow breeze. As soon as I landed, I was mesmerized by the panorama in the front of me. This place deserved to be called the Garden of Eden. It was adorned with an array of stunning plants that were unfamiliar to me. It looked even more enchanting with the clouds hovering above. In addition, fireflies were everywhere, which added to its charm. The Angelus realm is full of beautiful places, huh? You're right, I haven't stopped being amazed since I came here. Val started looking around the garden. So we should look for fairies in this garden? I wonder where we can find them. At that moment, the fairies around us began to fly closer, but I was wrong. They weren't fireflies, but fairies! I thought she said fairies, so I read it wrong. Oh my god! Fairy, look! Daemons! Daemons, been a while. Welcome, faraway visitors. The fairies were smaller than my palm. They had a pair of tiny Angelus wings on their backs. Are you the fairies of this garden? Yeah, I'm Cherry. My name is Barry. Nice to meet you. Greetings, I'm Leah. Oh my god. My name is Val. By the way... Do you know Mr. Faye? We are here to deliver a letter from him. Faye, the blue-haired man? Yeah, we know him. Thank goodness. Being able to find the right fairies right away was a stroke of luck. Val took out the envelope and handed it to Cherry and Barry. Thank you. Please send our regards to Faye. Hooray! Letter from Faye! Cherry and Barry were pleased to receive this letter. At that time, my cell phone got a message notification. Congratulations! Your team has earned 10 additional points. As soon as I read this message, I immediately smiled at Val. We were both happy to have completed this task. After storing the letter properly, Cherry and Barry started flying around Val. What's wrong? Why are you guys surrounding me? Val, you look familiar. Right, your aura reminds me of the Staemon who used to come here a lot. Val's face immediately changed afterwards. Was the daemon that often visited you called Lucas? That's right, Lucas! He used to come here with Faye. Do you know Lucas? Lucas, who's that? How does he know Mr. Faye? My confusion was so obvious that Val noticed right away. Lucas is my brother. I found his journal. He wrote about a place he'd like to secretly visit while in the Angelus realm. He seemed to be talking about this garden. I immediately understood why Val was so eager to find this garden. Val, where's Lucas? Why doesn't he visit us anymore? Val fell silent. He didn't know how to answer them. Lucas, my brother, he died. The heavy heart Val broke hid this painful news to Cherry and Barry. They were silent for a while, sadness clear on their faces. However, they then flew over to Val. It's cute, but also depressing. Like, aw, look, he's got like shoulder angels. Val must be sad, right? Thanks for letting us know, even though it was hard for you. It looks like they were trying to cheer up Val. They are really kind. Val, do you want fruits? If you eat fruits, you won't be sad anymore. If you need anything, just say so. Seeing the efforts of the fairies to comfort him, Val seemed to smile. Started to smile softly. Thanks, I'm fine. Cherry and Berry immediately felt relieved. Can you tell me what my brother did here? Cherry and Berry became excited. Lucas loved bringing gifts from the Daemon realm. He kept on climbing trees. He often rested here with Faye. The fairies started pulling Val and taking him to places Lucas frequented. Sleeping in the trees, eating fruits, helping the fairies repair their houses, playing in the river. They told us so many things. Val's smile was so wide as he listened to them. To think I could see a Daemon like Val being surrounded by cute fairies. Lucas always talked about Val. About me? Barry nodded. He often boasted of his brother. He said that Val is talented and always tries hard. I'm sure Lucas loved you very much. Very much. Emotions was clearly visible on Val's face at that moment. Seeing his smile, I was so grateful to have helped him. After spending a long time here, we decided to go back. Before that, Val asked the fairies one last thing. Did my brother ever leave a key with you? A key? I don't think so. I never saw any key. But I have a locket from Lucas. I swear to God, is it a key? Locket? Cherry took out a silver locket with an engraving on the lid. In the past, we borrowed Lucas's locket because it looked beautiful. Now we're returning it. Looks like you need this locket more than we do. Val stared at the locket in silence for a moment. Thanks, I'll take care of this locket. We said goodbye to Cherry and Barry afterwards. Bye! Come again sometime. Come by whenever. We will always welcome you. Bye, Cherry and Barry. I'll definitely visit again. We flew back to the entrance. Nia, thanks for joining me. Thanks to your help, I managed to find another side of my brother. I also got something. I also got something valuable today. I found a new beautiful place in Angelus Realm. I even got to meet cute fairies. Where else could I see you surrounded by little fairies? Don't tease me. I can't help but laugh at Val's embarrassed face. On the way back, we chatted lightly about various things. Upon the return, we were greeted by the waterfall again. The problem was we forgot to use protective magic this time. We forgot to use the protection magic. Let's hurry to the side. However, the rush of the waterfall made Val almost drop his locket. Additionally, the locket opened slightly. Val froze on the spot. What are you doing? Val showed me the locket. Inside was a childhood photo of Val and another red-haired man. Is he your brother? Val nodded. His hand started to shake as if he was holding back an emotional turmoil. When we were little, we were both educated harshly. I've always respected my brother, but we were forced to compete for positions that we didn't even want. Val was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. When my brother died, people said I was lucky because the title of patriarch fell into my hands. But I have lost something more. Haven't I lost something more valuable? Val's voice was starting to break. Emotion started to overflow little by little. There's nothing else I can do because my brother is dead. But I swear I will reveal my brother's last message. At that moment, I saw a drop of water run down Val's cheeks. Was that from the waterfall? Or was it a falling tear? I wasn't sure, but I knew what to do. Val, I touched his cold face with both of my hands. What chapter we are on? We are currently on chapter number 8. And it might be the last chapter, depending on how long it is. The last one was an hour and a half. I kind of thought they'd be about an hour each, but they're a little bit longer than I anticipated. We are on the common route. Yes. I don't really know when the common route ends, actually. Because on their affections, it shows chapters. So maybe. There's a chance. So I'm only allowed to play up to chapter 10. So there's a chance that at chapter 10 it turns into a specific route. Maybe, and then you have a bunch of other chapters. So I don't know yet. But we'll see. I'll have an answer. I'll tell everybody, because I'll definitely get through at least one route this weekend. My goal. I touched his cold face with both of my hands. We stared at each other for a long time. Val, you don't have to endure everything yourself. Slowly, I brought my face closer. I kissed right below his eyes, as if to wipe away his tears and all his sadness. I tried to pour all my heart onto him. Listen, guys, people don't do this. Friends don't do this. Which are you gonna start with, your least favorite? I guess, which would kind of be Luke. But I don't know. Like, I like them all a lot. They're all really nice characters, and there's only 3 of them, so it's not like there's 7 or something, and I'm having to like get through 3 of them that I don't even care about because I'm like, I guess I gotta do this now. But I think they're all pretty cool, and there's not that many choices in terms of guys, so it makes it a little easier to get through them all. I tried to pour my heart onto him, even though I knew there was nothing I could do to make the pain go away. At least I wanted to share Val's burden a bit, just a little, to give him some space to breathe. After I moved away from him, Val kept looking at me. His gaze was deep. He held all kinds of emotion. May I hug you? Oh my, I want to feel your warmth. Oh, okay, I don't know if we should follow it up with that one. Sure, come here. The distance between us disappeared. His skin felt cold. However, it created new sensations in me that I had never felt before. His hands slowly stopped shaking. The rhythm of his heart began to calm down. Our embrace felt tighter, warmer. At that moment, I faintly heard Val's deep voice. Thank you. Oh, he has a deep voice, do you say? In between those moments, a thought crossed my mind. No matter how strong a daemon is, there are still sentimental beings with hearts and feelings. Sentient? Was that sentient, not sentimental? What did I do? My hands gripped around. My hands tightly gripped his. Hopefully, I could give him some warmth. Okay, do I get help the other 2 now? We went back to Luke's mansion together. Val then asked for some time to calm his emotions. We managed to find the hidden Garden of Eden, but Ash and Luke were still waiting for me. I needed to help them. Cool. We're gonna help. I can't let my chance to defeat Seraph go. You don't know Seraph is number 1. Can't say that when you don't know. At the same time, I can increase my score in this trial. My friends have given their all for the team. I can't just sit here. I looked at my cell phone screen and Ash came to my mind. Weird, why can't Ash enter the Hall of Judgment? Mr. Faye? Is it Faye? I'm gonna call him Faye. Couldn't have lied to us, which means this is all part of the task. In order to properly help Ash, I have to go over there and see what he is doing. I shouldn't waste any more time and just go straight to Ash. Luke's confused face flashed in my mind. Luke seems to be struggling to determine who the actual guardian is. Since they are twins, it must be hard to tell them apart. Who said they were twins? But maybe I can help him with my breeze ability. A person can hide their identity but not their emotions. Looks like I could help Luke. Where are we going? In that case, I should call it a day. You know what? I've done a lot. I went and talked to some cute little fairies. Like, they can figure their own stuff out. I'm already confused. I already forgot what I saved last. Oh gosh. Okay. It takes a lot to talk to cute fairies. It really does. It's a lot of work. One, you never know what they're saying is true. Fairies are tricky. After knowing where Luke was, I went straight to him. Let's go see the twins. As soon as I arrived, I immediately understood why this place was called the Mystic Lake. Tricky, you say? Yeah, very like you. Tricky, like a Trico of some kind. The lake was covered in a thick fog as far as the eye could see. It obscured the view, leaving nothing visible. Leah, over here. Fortunately, I was able to find Luke by the lake. What's this now? Who's coming? Hehe, you called your friend, huh? See, they're not twins. One has blue eyes, one has purple. They're fraternal at best. As soon as I get my car back from the shop, we can get this collab going, by the way. Ooh, I'm excited. You dropped the car off at 2, you said? My goal is to hopefully finish this chapter and then be ready. Giving people advice, saying unasked for advice. Ha 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 ha. Alright, perfect. There's a few in the group who are still at work, so it should be fine. Sure, so fair. Again, I was aiming for 4-ish, so I was like, hey. These chapters have just been longer. I thought I'd finish all 5 chapters I was trying to get done. I'm on the 3rd one still. As I walked closer to a pair of boys, twin boys appeared from behind Luke. Again, just stop assuming people are twins. Hi, you seen what I'm seeing? Crystal clear. Our new victim. Aw, man. I was so shocked I couldn't say anything. Look at her dumbfounded expression. She made a cute face. Please don't harass my friend. Are you sure you both of you are just friends? I don't know, man. She's been playing the field pretty intensely. Then can I bother you instead, mister? The twins quickly switched their target to Luke. You two. Be serious. Who are you? Who on earth are you two? So dramatic. The two of them suddenly brought their faces closer. Call me Isaac. Ian's my name. Okay, so they don't even have the same name. Who gives us a letter, says deliver this to us, and then doesn't tell us? Okay. Tear it in half and give one to each. Isaac then smiled meaningfully while looking at me. Are you also here thanks to Faye's task? Yeah, I'm Luke's teammate. We wanted to deliver a letter to the guardian of this lake. Which one of you is the real one? Isaac and Ian stared at each other, a mischievous smile across their faces. Guess who? Who's the real guardian among us? If you fail, you won't get any extra points. I was at a loss for words. Got it. Throw yourself in the river and drown. And then whoever has to sign the thing saying they were negligent is the one that's the actual person. I immediately understood why Luke said he was having trouble. I can't just guess blindly. Or you could. You have a 50-50 shot of 10 points. Luke was also confused. Luke, looks like we need to discuss this. I asked Luke to move along, away from Isaac and Ian for a while. What do you think? Do you know how to tell them apart? Luke shook his head. Detail about the sacrificial ritual has never been widely circulated. Even I just found out that this place has guardians. Unfortunately, I don't know which one is the real one. Then we have to find another way. Shall we try psychological warfare, magic, persuading, threatening? Threatening them using magic. We better not hurt anyone related to the trial. Luke is correct. It might be reduce our score. I racked my brain again, but it was not easy to come up with a solution. At that moment, a brown breeze started to wrap around Luke. Luke seemed concerned about this matter. Even though Luke tried to look calm, his emotions couldn't fool me. Wait a minute, the emotions can't lie. In an instant, I had an idea. Luke, I know how to find out who the real guardian is. Really. I told Luke about my ability to see the color of the breeze. But I need your help. To be able to tell them apart, we need to trigger strong emotions from them. Can you get them to talk of things about this ritual site? Luke was deep in thought. Alright, leave it to me. We walked back towards Isaac and Ian. Their faces were full of anticipation. Hee, how's it going? Are you ready to choose? Have you solved the confusing conundrum? The breeze around them was orange. They seemed very happy to see us confused. Before that, I want to know more about you two. Luke started looking around. I heard this place is often used for rituals. What kind of rituals are held here? In an instant, the orange color around them turned brown. Their emotions started to shade, but their emotional intensity is still the same. I still have to observe that further. Even so, Isaac and Ian answered Luke's question with relaxed faces. This place is used for the sacrificial ritual. As an Angelus, you must know about the ritual, right? Each generation, the Angelus realm will sacrifice the Angelus of prophecy to maintain contact with the source of power of the Angelus realm. The magic source is in the middle of this lake. Got it. Swim down. Do it. Go down there. Hop in the river. While explaining about the sacrificial ritual, they seem to have managed to control their emotions. Don't you think the sacrifice ritual... Do you think it's really necessary? Doesn't the Angelus realm need it? Otherwise, the ritual wouldn't be performed in the first place. How are you liking the storyline? Too much lore? Kind of. I don't know. So, like, I like stories. As long as the story is intriguing and it's keeping me interested in what's happening, I like it. So I do appreciate that all three guys have their own kind of, like, adventure that you're kind of following. But I did kind of think after the first 5 chapters, the chapters would be a little shorter because we wouldn't be getting so much lore. but we get in a lot of lore still. So I don't know. Some of it doesn't make sense, some of it makes fine sense. There's a couple holes here and there that I'm a little confused by, but like, it feels like info dumping. Yeah, yeah. Like, at the beginning it makes sense, right? You're showing me the world, you're telling me what to expect from it. That makes sense. But after that, like, it's a lot. I'm giving it more time, obviously, just to see how it goes. At least it's not boring. They're giving a nice break, at least, of like flirting in between it, but I just think they're flirting almost too much. Kind of dragon. Jay, you're here with me, okay? We're just enjoying the views, okay? These are the views. Look at these views. I'm also I'm a CG hog, right? So I'm a little sad. I feel like we haven't got enough CGs. I see, that makes me think. The view I want is more smooching. They keep kissing. They're just not showing it in a CG format. I liked the little boy on boy action we had for a second there. That was pretty funny. What's the purpose of saving the world when you have to sacrifice your own people? The breeze of emotion around Ian and Isaac began to tremble at Luke's question. What we think about this ritual is not important. All that matters to us is doing our job. Their emotions started to fluctuate. We need to push a little bit more. I glanced at Luke and gave him a signal. Luke caught my gesture and thought for a moment. After taking a deep breath, he started talking again. I'm the Angelus of Prophecy who must undergo the next sacrificial ritual. The shock was evident on both of their faces. Which of you will accompany me to my death's door in the future? He's just cast depression when I kind of said it, like, I didn't think. Okay, when Luke asked his question, the breeze around them shook violently. The colors changed to grays of sadness. However, something was different this time. The emotion around Isaac was thicker in color. He felt stronger emotions than Ian when he heard Luke. I know who the guardian is. It's you. Is it both of you? I kind of think it's both of them. We gave a letter to 2 fairies. The fairies took it, you know what I'm saying? Isaac, we'll try it. Am I wrong? It'll be fine. I step forward. Isaac, you're the real guardian of this place. How can you be so sure? Well... the breeze told me. They both looked at me with a frown. You're right, I am the real guardian of this place. Since we guessed it, would you like to receive Mr. Faye's letter now? Okay, give it to me. When Isaac received the letter, my phone vibrated. It's so fast. Congratulations! Your team has earned 10 additional points. Luke and I both smiled in relief. We were successfully completed Mr. Faye's task. Yeah, but this is pretty interesting. Right? It's been a while since anyone could tell us apart. I couldn't help but feel curious when I saw them. If Isaac is the real guardian of this place, then who is Ian? I'm also a guardian, but I'm guarding another place. At that moment, I realized Luke was staring at Isaac. Do you have something to say? Luke didn't answer Isaac right away. May I see the ritual area in the middle of the lake? I shouldn't open the place carelessly, but I can make an exception. Isaac stared at the lake and started chanting a spell. Slowly, the fog around us was getting thinner. Remember, guys, Ian's green. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Ian's purple. Wait, who's Ian? There was an old wooden bridge. Was there always a bridge hidden under this fog? Follow me. It's been a while since someone could tell us apart, eh? What does that mean? Isaac led us across the old bridge. While walking, Isaac glanced at Luke. Why would you want to know where you'll die? Luke seemed to think for a moment before answering Isaac. If we want to win a war, we have to know the terrain first. Luke's answer made Isaac realize something. Don't tell me you want to escape your destiny. Luke shook his head. I don't want to run away. I simply wish to seek a new destiny. Are you gonna stop me? Are you gonna stab me right now? However, Isaac's reaction was beyond our expectations. He started laughing loudly. No, I won't get in your way. Perhaps then I'll be able to see something interesting again. Again, did something happen before? Isaac smiled meaningfully. Did you know? In the past there was an Angelus who managed to escape the sacrificial ritual. Yes, I did know. What do you mean? Can you tell me more? I don't know exactly what happened, but I remember on the day of the ritual, her demon lover came, made a mess, and took her away. He saw something interesting like 15 years ago. Angelus and demon lovers, could it be? Did they have a daughter? Isaac stared at me for a long time before answering my question. I don't know. But even if they do, they would have hidden her for the sake of the child's safety. All of us fell silent after that, busy with our own thoughts. Brah. Unknowingly, we arrived at the other end. I made that joke, didn't I? Didn't I literally say, was it her mom? Like, was it her mom? We found ourselves on a tiny island in the middle of the lake. There was no fog in sight, but this island seemed to be in a different dimension. The laws of day and night didn't seem to apply here. A giant spherical crystal floated in the center of the island. Glowing softly, its light flowed through every corner of the island. I have to go back to the lakeside. You can stay here as long as you want. If you want to go back, just cross the bridge again. After saying goodbye, Isaac disappeared into the fog. Oh dear. Luke stared into the giant glowing crystal. A box of crackers. Isaac told me that this crystal is the source of the Angelus realm's magical energy. I couldn't describe Luke's expression. His emotions seemed to be complex. I suck at opening boxes. Hang on. I don't open a box. Whoa, whoa. What should I do at a time like this? Cry? Cry sounds. Leave him. Leave him. Grab his hand. Let him know that someday you too will show up and kidnap him from this spot with your demon horns. I suck at opening boxes. Alright. Without saying anything, I slipped my hand between his fingers. My fingers between his fingers, not my hand, my fingers. It's not working. I'm too weak. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought I was so strong. Part of the problem is I have fake nails, and when you have fake nails, they look cute, they look sharp. They're not. They're not. They're thick. They're too thick to be sharp. It's like a blunt weapon. You can't break anything with these. I guess this is all I can do for Luke. I forgot to say that out loud. I said it in my head. Luke was a little startled at first, but then he gently tightened his hand. We stayed like that for a while. Thank you for helping me, Leah. Thanks to you, I obtained a lot today. I fell silent at Luke's gratitude. There's still a lot we don't know. I wish I could help you more than this. Luke's grip tightened. Right now, even just you being here really helps a lot. Luke glanced at the crystal again. With the shadow of death bares its fangs at me. I'll survive because you are by my side. Oh! His gaze was now on me. A slight smile spread across his face. No matter what happens, I will free myself from this tragic fate because the only destiny I want is to live by your side. Luke brought his face closer to mine. His index finger lifted my chin. Our eyes were locked onto one another. Thank you for giving me the strength to face everything. His sweet words kept echoing in my ears. My heart started beating fast. In the darkest of situations, Luke's smile never faded. He always stood firm. That was what made Luke so stunning. Luke's eyes glowed with conviction. As the distance between us grew thinner, I closed my eyes. Is it another cheek kiss? Because I swear. Oh! Got me. It said lips first. A second later, the softness of Luke's lips was evident on my cheek. Emotions ran through my body at that moment. Happiness, serenity, relief, and hope. I feel impatient. What wonderful experiences are we going to share in the future? I don't know. Because I'm a mutant, sir. I unconsciously smiled. My heart started to flutter. Is there a route where I get all three of them? Because I was looking forward to the same thing as Luke. The beautiful days in the future with him. Girl's playing all the fields. She's on all the fields all the time. We went back to the mansion together. Luke said he had something to do, so we said goodbye and parted ways. At last, I've helped Luke and Val. Now I need to help Ash find a way to the Hall of Judgment. I can't let blah 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 blah. I looked at my cell phone screen. Ash came to mind. Oh, we're not doing that again. I have to go see how he's doing. We're not reading this because it's just the same dialogue from before. I should follow Ash. We already had this scene earlier. I quickly followed Ash to the Hall of Judgment at the center of the city. No matter how many times I see the symbol of the Angelus realm, I could never get tired of its beauty. The Angelus statue at the center of the building stood firm. The colorful window panes formed a beautiful backdrop. Not only that, the top of the building was decorated with a giant bell. Where's Ash? I looked for Ash in the crowd around me. Fortunately, Ash's light blue hair was striking and easy to find. Ash, sorry for making you wait so long. I'm glad you decided to help me. So, can you tell me what happened? The Hall of Judgment is not allowed to be entered by just anyone. The main door is heavily guarded. No matter how many times I explain about the task, they keep rejecting me. Maybe we should find another door, name drop, ask someone around. Should we look for another door? I tried, but there's no other doors. I racked my brain. Was there a hidden trick here, like Mom said earlier? Maybe we should find a secret door. Secret door? That seems to be the only solution left. But finding such an entrance would take a long time. Shall we try circling the building first? Ash. Sure. It's better than nothing. Alright, let's go. I focused my mind while observing my surroundings carefully. While walking, I noticed the direction of the breeze. When I was directly behind the Hall of Judgment, I noticed that the breeze had changed colors. An orange breeze usually indicates deception or trickery. The breeze came from inside the hall, but there weren't any doors at all. Is the secret entrance really around here? Maybe I can check it by... feeling the breeze, taking a closer look, knocking on the... Let's knock on the walls. I tried knocking on the wall. It sounded hollow. I was right. There was an empty space behind this wall. I think this is a secret door. How do you know? I briefly told Ash about my innate abilities because telling everybody that my secrets is what I do. You have an ability, that kind of ability, huh? Yes, this ability has been with me since I was born. I glanced at the wall again. My dude, this wall, hollow. I don't know how to open this secret door. Angelic magic again? Let me try to figure it out. Ash began to carefully trace each end of the wall. Then he pressed one of the bricks. As if... He was that good? As if it was a switch, the brick pressed inward. The walls in front of us began to shake and then shift, revealing a dark, secret passage. How did you know how to open the secret door, my guy? Glacia Palace also has many hidden doors. You'll know when you become queen. Usually these mechanisms work similarly to each other. Oh my goodness. Ash then held out his hand to me. Let's hold hands as we go in. Okay, let's hold hands. We don't know what else is waiting for us inside. I want to make sure I can protect you all the time. I was touched when I heard Ash's words. Thanks, Ash. Thanks, my guy. Ash led me down a dark hallway. Not once did he let go of my hand. Not even once, bros. After a while, we finally came out of the darkness. In the middle of the room, there was a blonde man. He started clapping when he saw us. I've been waiting for you for a while. He's got that cute one eye covered thing. When I observed closely, the orange breeze was coming from this man. I knew that the great sorcerer in question was you, Orpheus. Orpheus? Ash glanced at me before introducing us both. Leah, let me introduce you. This is Orpheus, the great sorcerer of Glalius Kingdom, my home country. I said that wrong, but I said Orpheus fine. Don't be fooled by his appearance. No one knows how long he's been living in this world. And his pranks are indiscriminative. Why are you introducing me like that, Prince Ash? The young lady will think that I'm just a bored old man. Isn't that what you are, though? This secret passage must be one of your silly pranks. But you did find me, didn't you? I couldn't tell. I could tell that this relationship was very close from their brief interaction. Orpheus then turned to me and bowed. How do you do? I'm Orpheus. I replied and introduced myself to, how do you do? I'm Leah Silverwings from Rose Heart Kingdom. After this brief introduction, Ash took out a letter from Mr. Fay. I've come to deliver a letter from Mr. Fay. Thank you very much for the letter. When Orpheus received Ash's letter, my cell phone rang. Congratulations, you've earned 10 extra points. Ash and I immediately smiled at each other. Thank goodness we were able to complete this additional task correctly. I almost forgot. There is a gift from Her Majesty for you, my prince. Orpheus took out a letter and handed it to Ash. A letter from Mother. Thank you, Orpheus. Ash smiled happily as he carefully tucked away the letter. How is she? Is she okay? The smile from Orpheus's face instantly disappeared. The situation is not so good. After your departure, more people are targeting Her Majesty. Ash clenched his trembling fist. There's a person who's more suspicious than others. Your sister has been visiting Her Majesty a lot lately. It seems she knows about the Queen's true identity as well as her pact with the Emperor. What is she planning? The fight for the throne hasn't started yet. Why did she make an early move? Ash couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Worry not, we're tightening the guard. I shall not let anything happen to Her Majesty. The tension in Ash's face started to fade. Please take care of my mother a little longer. I promise to find a way to terminate her pact with the Emperor as soon as possible. Orpheus nodded. They continued to talk about the state of Glacia for a while. After that, Orpheus said a goodbye to Ash. Is this one going to be the short one? Just this one? Take care of your health, my prince. You too, be careful on your way back. Before leaving, Orpheus looked at me. Miss Leah, thank you for taking care of Prince Ash. Aw, man, we take care of each other. It's the other way around. I'm happy to be friends with him. We take care of each other. Orpheus smiled meaningfully at my answer. You really are a special woman. Come to Glacia whenever you want. Glacia will always welcome you, Miss Leah. Thank you for the invite, Sir Orpheus. As Orpheus bowed, an icy mist started to surround his body. A few seconds later, he disappeared along with the mist. Since our business was over, Ash and I left the Hall of Judgment. Outside, we were greeted by an unexpected sight. Water from the nearby canal began to overflow and fill the surrounding parks, but this made for a very beautiful panorama. On the water, I could see reflections of the Hall of Judgment and other buildings around it. Wow, this is so beautiful. It feels like we're in a whole new world. A whole new world. I couldn't take my eyes off the beauty. I heard that this occurred frequently in the Angelus realm. On certain days, the water from the canal will rise and immerse the entire city. The event is referred to as the Aqua Alta, but no one is bothered by it. Instead, people enjoy it. As Ash said, the citizens seemed more relaxed in the midst of phenomenon. Some small children even played in the waters together. Seems like loud water. A moment later, I saw many flowers starting to float on the water. Where did the flowers come from? The citizens like to spread flowers during the Aqua Alta as a prayer for blessings. Why is this happening? I see, they have an interesting culture. I observed the new scenery in front of me, the scene, the serene atmosphere that afternoon seeped deep into my heart. I'm sort of jealous of that Angelus. They can enjoy this amazing view from time to time. Ash smiled while holding my hand. And you should enjoy this moment to the fullest. You're right, come on. Hand in hand, we walked through the park together. We enjoyed every wonder of this city had to offer. When I was planning to do the extra task, I didn't think we'd be able to enjoy such miracles. You're right, but to me, every day is a miracle. With you in it. Ash raised our intertwined hands. His eyes were on me. Because you are always by my side. See? Girl's playing the field. She's playing her choices. Like, there's no tsunderes in here. They're all go-deres. At that moment, Ash gave me a soft kiss on my palm. His gaze conveyed his feelings. I looked down in embarrassment. There was a feeling of happiness that slowly grew as I heard his words. As we continued walking through the park, the chatter of the people caught my attention. Do you know about the myth of this place? What myth? Some say if a couple kisses when the bell in the Hall of Judgment rings, they'll be blessed and will be together forever. Really, I should take my boyfriend here next time. While chatting, they walked away. Did you hear that, Ash? The myth about the kissing couples? Why? Yeah, doesn't that sound very romantic? One day, I want to kiss my partner here too. Ash didn't reply. He only stared at me in silence. Does Ash think I have a childish imagination? Maybe Ash isn't the type to believe in things like that. But Ash's next words contradicted my expectations. Can that person be me? And she's like, maybe. I mean, I'm playing the field. I just, like, got smooches from 2 other guys today. I couldn't believe my ears. A blush started to appear on Ash's cheeks. He looked away from me, trying to hide his embarrassment. It was my first time seeing him like that. It wasn't like Ash, who was calm all the time, but an Ash who poured out all his feelings. What did you just say? Oh! Ash pulled me closer. His hand gripped my waist tightly. Man. I think I've said already that I enjoy the formal wear, but like, not the most comfortable outfit to be wearing in the middle of the city. I was enchanted by Ash's charming eyes. In a low voice, he whispered in my ear, I want to be the person you're blessed with. Oh ho ho. Just then the bells of the Hall of Judgment began to ring. Every time I do it, that thing's right on her mouth. But all I could hear was Ash's deep voice. Oh, he also has a deep voice. This game understands me. Slowly, Ash started to reduce the distance between us. His lips felt so sweet and warm when they met mine. In that instant, I immediately forgot my surroundings. All my senses were focused on enjoying this moment. Ash's touch sent a warmth that filled my heart. I couldn't control my heartbeat anymore. Did you know, Leah? Usually I don't believe in myths like this. Then why are you? Because I want to be by your side. If this myth can really get me together with you, I'll believe in anything. Dang. Some of these lines, great. Ash's gaze was locked on mine. It won't let me, by the way, see my old chat. I can't go back. His eyes glimmered as if exposing their own heart. His arms tightened like he didn't want to let go of me. Once was not enough for him. When Ash's face came closer again, I couldn't say anything. I knew what he wanted to do. She finally has a mouth kiss, guys. That sounds weird, but you know what? They've been like forehead kissing her for like 5 chapters. Wow. I let Ash kiss me one more time. There was no more boundaries between us. The touch of his lips immersed me in a feeling of euphoria. Oh, wow. Oh, damn. This time the kiss was more passionate. As if looking for something more, Ash pulled me closer. Every touch of our lips expressed Ash's deepest feelings for me. I wanted this moment to last forever. What a picture. Dang, it kept getting longer. She had shoes on that looked cute. I appreciate them doing things, the images, but like I want to see the full picture. And it's just like slowly panning back. I'm like, oh, whoa, it's getting more intense. Ash filled me with an indescribable joy. All my tiredness today was erased in an instant. My defenses broke. I gave in to the curious feeling. You just kissed a boy, and you're not even dating him. Ash looked at me with a gentle smile. Thanks for accompanying me, Leah. I'm really happy today. Me too, Ash. He held my hand gently as we walked side by side. On the way back, my heart couldn't stop beating. Maybe it was because of all of the amazing experiences I just had. All of them. I kissed 3 boys today. Because Ash's kiss was still soft on my lips. That happened too. That was also her first kiss, right? Right? Did they acknowledge that? Ash dropped me off at the mansion and left after saying goodbye. When it was getting late, I decided to go back to my room. But I met Seraph again. What did I expect? Of course I'd see Seraph a lot if I stayed in his house. I know Seraph is a liar, Lyerson, right? But last time I talked to Seraph, he said, let's be friends. But Seraph seemed even angrier than usual. I became more and more alert as he got closer to me. What do you want? I have to believe that he is based off of Sephiroth. Bay, if you will. You can call him whatever you like. There's so many names he goes by, but like, he has such a Sephiroth-y vibe. He stared at me intently for a moment, then clicked his tongue. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated just how lucky you guys could be, or how lucky you guys could get. I never thought you would make it this far on this trial. Looks like sabotaging your riddle on the first stage of the trial wasn't enough. Sabotage? No wonder the riddle couldn't be solved. You tampered with it. I glared at Sephiroth. Seraph, sorry, my brain intently. I couldn't hold back my anger anymore. But Seraph gave me a laugh. You think I'm the only one who wants to see you fail? Seraph leaned his head close and whispered in my ear. Remember this, many people want you to fail more than you think. Be prepared, because the next trials aren't going to be easy for you. Seraph started laughing with satisfaction as he walked away from me. I sat there, still trying to process what I had just heard. A lot of people want me to fail. What was the real meaning behind Seraph's words? I get it. Why don't you? Perfect. All right, we're gonna call it here. That means I have 2 more chapters to finish tomorrow. And then that's the last chapters I can play. So at that point we'll be... If you want to know what happens, you have to get your own copy. It's a great time. All right, let me go back to the home. Maybe. I gotta save first. Angelic feathers. Does that mean she's gonna get her angel wings next? You'll have to find out tomorrow. Remember this. I don't wanna. There. Go back to the title. I'm gonna go to the title really fast before I end, just so I can see how many pictures we have. Like, am I missing any? It doesn't have numbers next to it, so I don't know if, like, this is everything in this scene. I like this the best. This is... Oh my god. But yeah, I'm quite curious. It's all together. We still have 9 more photos. And like 20 more chapters. 12 more chapters. Ignore my words. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I haven't got another bad ending since that last one. I also might not be given enough chance to play all the way through, so it could be my fault. But yeah, we'll see how it continues tomorrow. I'm gonna end stream temporarily, but I will be back not too long, because we're getting ready to gear up and do a collab here in just a little bit. And that way I can chat with everybody and maybe eat a snack before we start. So if you guys want to stick around and come back in about ish minutes, 20 to 30-ish minutes, we're gonna be streaming Monster Road Trip. I think that's the one we picked today. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. And if you're watching this on Twitch and you want to remember our fun adventures, you can check this out on YouTube. As a reminder, it's going to be posted before Sabo. So this video is going to be talking about Sabotoon 2024. I'm going to be at it this Friday. I have a panel at 6:30 p.m. And if you attend and you join us for some fun and games, you might even leave the panel with a copy of an Otome game that was given to me by Idea Factory. So thank you guys. I hope you guys have a lovely day. I will see you guys again soon. Bye for right now.